Just a sec. Checking how much space I have on the recording. Okay. Alright. You think what's happening now? You think
I think we move Lancelot up.
Think he goes into D?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
So you guys don't go like from in order? Like you guys don't do S, then A, then B, then C, D, and E?
We're adding them in by release order.
Oh, you guys are going in order of the servants.
I mean,
Yeah.
Just look at the stream, Tim. Just look at how many there is.
Okay, because I'm playing an actually good game.
Well, I'll
Fortnite?
let you know that it's literally half the game. Half the servants, there's 300 of them. This is actually more than half. This is actually more than half the servants in the game. So that's about 100, 160, 170 servants.
Yeah. It's rough.
It sucks. It's awful. Actually.
We move Lancelot below Avenger. Yeah, I think that's a fair spot. I feel like it's a pretty fair spot.
Yeah, it's doing some pretty high crits and stuff. Yeah, I don't think she gets out of that tier.
You didn't think Lancelot moved up anymore? You thought that was pretty fair?
Yeah, I thought he was right behind Shinjuku.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe in front of him, but no, he's not going past him.
Is there anyone else that belongs in D tier? Okay, let's do this. What is the best of E right now? I don't think it's Scotha. I mean, I don't think it's Scotha.
Enemy assassin. Oh, fuck that.
I honestly feel like it's Tamemo Cat, but I kind of feel like it is.
Her demerit's just too large.
But she counters it.
Even though she has a counter to it, if for whatever reason it procs, you're fucked. You're straight fucked. She's gonna die before she even does anything. She's just a waste of space at that point.
She doesn't have like an evade, an invincible, nothing?
She's got the one hit invul.
Okay. Let's move her up.
Out of E?
No, not out of E.
Okay.
I'm saying the top of E.
Alright, if we're gonna... I'll just say she's better than Cha-Cha. That's pretty obvious.
I think she's better than Nitocris. And Nursery Rhyme. I don't know why we have Skothok so high up. She sucks.
I think at that point we're just tossing people down there. But she's definitely better than that thing.
Who do you think's the second best?
Second best? This might be controversial.
Nursery Rhyme. What was she doing?
MP charge, debuff clear. MP charge was only 40%. She had self-modification, 3 turns of crit damage increase, and absorbs all the stars for 3 turns. And then she had that one morph skill that gave her 60% defense for 1 turn, and then it went down to 30% for the next 3 turns.
So she doesn't have like any survivability, pretty much.
I don't think anybody in this tier has survivability at all. Nope, nobody. Well, Irie, but we know why she's down here.
Yeah, wait. Doesn't Emiya Assassin have an evade?
No, He has the ability to target focus somebody that's not him.
Yikes. It's rough. What did you... Dang. You still think... Gosh, who do you think's the second best?
I still think it's Nursery Rhyme. That or Emmy Alter right here.
You think Emmy Alter is that much better than Emmy Assassin?
I was going to say they go right together.
I was about to say Emmy Assassin's better than Alter.
Interesting.
What do you think?
Honestly, there's a reason they're next to each other, and it's just because they're interchangeable. I mean, their MPs both have like insane hits on them. Like his is 13, the other one's 15. I think plus it could be even more than 15. They're both arts, single target. Reducing charge by 1. But the skills differ. Emmy has got a better version of Magecraft, which that's just blatant. Emmy actually has an attack up. Now Emmy has the 3 turns of ignore invincible, but that's kind of
Here. Thinking.
I think I'm gonna have to go to the store and buy another propane. Honestly, I'm just looking at it right now. I think it looks fine. I think the bottom right now looks fine.
I don't know.
Like,
You
see anybody that's like blatant?
I think Tamemo at the top. That works. Dang. Anything else is just, you know?
Alright.
Dang.
Let me go get the other propane tank out of my car.
Huh. Let me think.
Another thing about this is the 4 stars are so saturated. Like, they're just so saturated. Holy shit.
I think we said it was going to be like this when we started, too.
We did.
We gotta suffer through the old garbage, and we'll make it. We'll make it to the new stuff.
Even then, I feel like we have just... I know some of the old servants are not bad. Like, they're really good. But they're just so... It's literally just a survival skill thing. Just having hard survival. It's... If you don't have it, you're just garbage. You're just instantly... You can't be used anywhere.
Pretty much.
Like, you have to be exceptional. You have to be like Lancelot, like, to even get up in there. It's like...
Oh.
Oh, free win free is going to rape your bottom now. Bend over. Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Ooh, I need that to work. I can't stop working now. I gotta work or I'll die.
Okay, James.
Yeah.
I think we move Tomato Cat to D tier.
I don't.
Mm.
I'd rather use, like, I would blatantly just rather use Elizabeth over her. Alright, where we at, guys? Where we at? What's going on?
Talking about E.
Alright, alright. What are we talking about?
How messed up and janky it looks.
It looks fine to me. It looks perfectly fine.
I don't think so.
I do.
I don't think Scarthawk belongs at the, that high. I mean,
Well, she's definitely better than the assassin that's next to her. Like, that is blatantly obvious. Now, don't forget, Skyhawk is a welfare.
Tomato can be the top. Nursery Rhyme. Nursery Rhyme number 2?
Yeah.
I think we move
Tamamo is...
Cersei below Emmy Assassin.
Below Emmy Assassin?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, she's just not doing anything impressive.
I guess Emmy has got the 3 turn in ignore invincible, so there's that.
So I wanted to put her below Martha, but I wasn't sure. What do you think?
Nah, that's too far. Like I said, I think the list looks pretty much perfect right now.
I still think Cha-Cha's maybe a little too high.
No.
What do you mean?
She's fine where she's at. You could make an argument for Skyhawk and the assassin next to her, but otherwise, I think she's fine where she's at.
So the worst in this list is Frankenstein.
It's Frankenstein.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Is-
turn you down, Tim.
Is Rider Alter really the second worst, though? That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, that's probably not right. Well, actually, I take that back. That's
I
probably
think we
right.
can move.
You could put Kiehime next to Frankenstein.
I feel like I'm thinking more Iris feel next to Frankenstein.
No.
Don't do this again, James.
You're not gonna win this argument. We argued this long and hard last time. Irisville is better than Medea, simply because of the guts. The guts and the hard survival that she has it just gives her the advantage.
I think Kiyohime is worse than Santa.
Yeah, just put her there. Just put her in front of Frankenstein.
Really?
Yes.
Really, really?
I mean, yeah. I put it there before you even said anything.
Okay. Is Martha too high up?
No.
Or is she too low?
She is perfect. She's perfect.
Cersei, we put her there. So, you think Cha-Cha is better than both Emias?
No, I said that earlier, remember? I said these people, I could see them going behind these.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We move those two in front of Cha-Cha. Whoa, in front of Skathok?
Yes. Literally they're like neck and neck. It literally is just like one's arts, one's quick. But Skyhawk's definitely better just because she's MP5.
I think we can put Lily above Nursery Rhyme.
Nah.
I think so. I think we can.
No.
Lily's got the NP generation for the whole team.
Yeah, but how much is it?
Ew.
It's not even breaking 30 from my memory.
I gotta pull it up.
I think
Yeah, it's 20%.
Oh, only 20%? I thought it was 24.
Yeah, it's 20 for 3 turns.
Oh yeah, that's abysmal. That's awful. How
Yeah,
long
but
is the cooldown on that?
5.
Basic. Not very useful, considering she's mostly a buster servant anyways. Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah.
At least Nursery Rhymes got the consistency in her card type damage.
So you won't budge about moving Tamemo up?
No. Just
Mm.
it puts her at the top of E. She's definitely better than everybody in E, but she's definitely not as good as just the 3 in the bottom right there.
Okay. Yeah. You think Alter should go down? She looks a little high to me.
Nah, we argued hard about her and Lily. They're pretty much right next to each other.
Okay. You see anything else that sticks out to you?
No.
Alright. So we finally gotta look at a new servant?
Yes.
You ready?
Finally.
Finally.
Let's see.
Adelante.
Alter. Ooh, baby.
At least the tier list is way more accurate now.
Armor's pretty high. Oh, she got a buff. I did not know this. Star Absorb. Drops 20 stars and increases buster crits for 1 turn by 50%. Crossing Arcadia. 50% quick buff for the whole party. Grants evasion for 1 turn and increases critical damage by another 50% for 3 turns. Increases buster performance by 8 and increases crit damage by 10% again. Unupgraded MP, single target quick, 5 hits. What are we thinking about that one?
I do not think she's bad.
I think she's a fairly nice berserker actually.
I think
She's solid.
top of C.
Top of C? Top of C?
Top of C. I think that's pretty fair. Berserker with some nice survivability. quick and buster up, I'd be,
It's got
you
some
know.
pretty high burst damage as a berserker.
She Chin Stars absorbs them on the same turn. Like, that's what you want.
Is that enough to put her in B?
I could put her at the bottom of B.
That's what I'm thinking above Siegfried.
Above Siegfried. I could... Above Suzuka? I could do that. Above Nero? Interesting. Above Wuzishin?
No.
No, okay. Are you sure?
Pretty sure about that one.
I suppose that'll do.
That's a really nice berserker. It's pretty nice.
It's not bad. Plus, I don't think there's a lot of quick single target berserkers, are there?
There's a fair amount. There's a fair amount. They're mostly, I think 5 stars though, so. Yeah, I think they're mostly 5 stars.
Not bad. Pretty nice.
Chiron. Supporty boy. The evasion is whatever. It's pretty nice. Then he gives the party 50% crit damage 3 turns and drops 15 stars. And increases one ally's all card performance by 30% for 3 turns. This is only one ally. His MP has been buffed. Activating first, he removes all defensive buffs and deals extra damage to enemies with the earth attributes. This includes most demons and kind of just loosely related demonic enemies.
He's an archer?
Yes. Now, I will say, at base, they have the highest crit draw chance. But it's, like, negligible compared to all the other classes, anyways.
Where to go? I think you could put him at the top of C.
The top of C? The best C support?
Do you think he could go up? I think he could go up.
Not with Helena existing right there.
Really?
Helena's just blatantly better than he is.
He's got an evade, though. And his NP is way better.
Yeah, but like this argument earlier, you have to get his MP, and let's think about it this way: if he puts all the buffs on himself, I think he'd go in B. If he was the one attacking, he'd go in B. But
I think that's fair.
That hybrid versatility. Yeah, you're right. He goes in B. No.
That's pretty fair. Sieg.
Oh, my boy, Sieg. Now, this is one of the ones where I gotta point it out. You got that .78 NP charge, pretty average. 2 hits in the arts. Alright. But look at these skills. 30% plus MP gen. 2000 max HP. 1 turn, 30%, 36% arts. Last skill. 100% damage to dragons for 1 turn. Charges MP gauge by 30. Then he has the Homunculus C skill, increase on arts performance by 6.5%. He is a welfare, so his MP will automatically be level 5. And he has 3 hits on his arts MP. And activating first, he reduces their defense by 20%. I think mid C somewhere.
I was gonna say like top of C somewhere, maybe between top and middle. What you think?
I'm thinking like flat middle C, like right here.
Below young U,
Yeah,
like right above BB, something like that.
yeah.
Right, that works.
Where's he at? There he is. You know I'm gonna cry if we miss a 4-star. If I missed a 4-star. Putting him
We said above BB.
above
That's
DB.
passion lip.
Am I retarded?
That's passion lip, bro.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Passion Lip. Above BB.
That's what I'm saying. Is the MP generation for himself or the party?
It's himself. But it stacks on top of everything else he's doing, so.
You can move him below BB if you want, below the other dude too, if you want to go at it. I mean, it's a little underwhelming.
I think he goes right. He's good. He's MP5 right off the bat, but
He's aged.
he's aged. Alright.
Welfare is back to back. Huh?
Ooh, baby. Alright. 17 attack for the party, 3 turns. Charges the party's MP gauge by 10%. The debuff is ignorable. Increases the party's art performance by 20%. Gains 15 crit stars. He is automatically MP5, so this MP will be doing max damage.
Sad.
Unfortunately, I think he is kind of steaming garbage. He's trying
It's
to do it. He's trying to be a support rider that drops stars for Arts allies, but he's an Arts rider.
Below Archer Helena? What do you think? What you think?
Yeah, that's fine.
I feel kinda bad considering he used to be kinda cool, but like...
Huh.
Yeah.
Things are gonna change when we see that Lancer, just saying.
Well, the Lancer version's not that good, you know, let's
That's
calm
like,
down.
he got his Requiem stand. He's just like, I got the arrow, nigga.
I'm gonna love the arguments we're gonna have when it comes to, like, the 5 stars, bro. That's
I
gonna
don't
be...
think it's gonna be too big. I think most of the arguments were just because he was in that class.
Oh, I'm waiting, James. I can already use my clairvoyance to predict Castoria and Pretender Merlin.
Oh, yeah.
I can already...
I don't know what you got against Castoria with that one.
We will definitely need a third person there, even if you have to pull out Mammy or something.
I'll pull Mother. I'll go get her. I'll get Virgil. I'll literally engineer him a body where he can speak. Alright. Who's next? Valkyrie!
James, are you not here, Adrian?
No, I don't.
He doesn't hear you, Adrian.
Why is his
Every
user
fucking
ball?
time I joined the call, you cocksucking motherfucker, you relayed that message too.
Oh, that's because he lowered your voice, your volume, remember, Jamal?
Oh, okay.
Alright, I got you.
Alright.
It's been upped. I can hear you.
Asshole.
Bitch.
Cunt.
Adrian,
Bro,
you
did your propane
you
heater
should
really
have
fucking
heard it.
drain?
We had a psychic break earlier. Tim came out of nowhere. What the fuck? What the fuck did he even say?
He said y'all are, what did he say, y'all are only on E tier or something?
Oh shit.
Oh no, I think he said y'all are, you'd have to pull it up. I didn't even want to think about it.
Oh fucking shit! Fuck cut.
How the fuck did your propane heater freeze, by the way?
I
How
don't
the fuck did
fucking know. Okay, I'm having a fucking stroke in here.
Dude, my fucking room, when I woke up this morning, was at 35 degrees.
Bruh.
30 fucking 5. And then I cranked the heater on, dude. It's been on for 8 hours. It's barely hit 57. It just hit 58.
I have 3 heaters next to me, Adrian. There's a 1500 watt heater directly on my feet underneath my desk. There's a regular 700 watt heater behind me. There is a propane heater because I couldn't plug up anymore because the power went out. Also behind me,
Dude,
that I have to have the other heater on. I have to have the other heater on so the propane doesn't freeze and it actually flows through the fucking system and stays on and heats some. Ah!
That shit won't matter. I've been telling you to fucking insulate the whole damn thing. Only half of the damn shed's insulated.
What do you think I did when I woke up this morning? I went
Did
to
you go buy insulation and actually
Tractor
put it up?
Supply, and I bought $20 worth of window insulation.
No, I'm talking about the same shit that's in the window, that's on the walls.
Oh, that's fine. That's not affecting me. It's just the wind coming through the door that's completely raping my asshole. And the floor.
Just close the door, James. What do you mean?
Just close the door. You're so funny. I'm just going to tickle your titties. I'm just going to pinch them and you fucking bite your dog off.
Are you still streaming, my boy?
Yes.
Do you think I care, Adrian? I've literally had a mental breakdown 3 times today. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Dude, I thought you were going fucking insane earlier. I was talking to you and you were like blabbering. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Earth is over here like having a conversation with me while you're fucking just having a stroke. That was beautiful.
Oh, God.
Anyways,
I'm gonna go find that file. I'm gonna find that file because I want you to know how fucking
You want him to hear it?
I want him to hear how fucking mental we went when Tim fucking asked that question.
That was hilarious. You can probably just upload that straight up to the channel.
I'm going to clip the shit out of that.
Let me see it. You guys almost done with the 4 stars?
No. No.
Don't even.
We're probably like 3/5 of the way done.
You guys going all night or what's happening?
I want to get this done.
We're doing this tonight.
That's right.
Damn, dude, you guys are fucking consistent. I can.
FGO is just that important.
I'm losing my marbles and I'm not even there. I've been bored all day.
Can't find the video.
Join us with the tier list, Adrian. Join us.
Be a part of us. Hell, put me on that fucking tier list. I want to see how awful I am. I got some decent skills.
Well, basically, do you have evasion or invincible, Adrian?
Do I have an evasion or invincible? I think I'm an evasion. I'm not really invincible.
Do you have a survival skill? EX.
You're
immediately.
you're already better than half the 4 stars in the game, Adrian.
Hell yeah.
That's how it works.
Bruh, you know, whenever I'm picking my servant, I'll go for fucking damage.
I wish we can go back to those days.
Of a team. We're not factoring that.
Okay.
Choose besides the 20 that I see.
I think that looks fine.
His mic.
Okay. Did you find the clip?
I did, good sir.
Oh man, you gotta show Adrian.
I've got it playing right now.
Shut your mouth. You're talking like a
Hey, shut the fuck up.
Shut up, James.
You didn't even kiss me, motherfucker. Kiss me on my lips.
Is it showing the video?
It's the wrong tab. Showing your file explorer. Have the video player open.
There you go. Now tell me if you can hear it.
Is Tim's mic still muted?
Yes.
Well, Adrian, are you in it? Are you on it, Adrian?
Yeah, I'm in it.
Can you hear it?
Crank up that volume.
Is it?
Die.
You need to unmute it.
You gotta turn it up. I don't hear anything.
You don't hear anything?
No.
Change Windows.
You just sent it to me, eh?
No, I'm not cutting that. I'll flay my balls before I do that.
Dude, that's gonna fucking play your balls. Stream that shit.
How about that?
Whoever posted that fucking exercise that'll make your vagina so tight, shit made me fucking spit my drink out when I read it.
Is it showing up?
Perfect for Tim.
Is it,
Okay.
Is it showing up? Can you,
Rewind it a bit. Is Tim's mic still muted?
Yes.
I hear it.
Okay.
Do you hear it, Adrian? Die.
You need to unmute it. His mic,
look,
he hasn't muted it
camera.
himself. I got the camera.
You got the camera, cool.
You're just not hearing him, I guess.
Yeah, hello, testing 1 2 1 2.
I think I hear Tim now.
Okay, you can hear you now.
Yeah, it's him.
Okay. We're on E tier now, James. We're on E tier.
Oh my.
Is that the last tier that you guys put out?
Good one, Tim.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna take off your toenails and your fingernails, and I'm going to shove them in your asshole, and I'm going to put an egg in there, and I'm going to squeeze some olive oil in there. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, Tim. I'm gonna fucking stomp your insides, and you're gonna squirt it onto a little pan, and you're gonna eat some fried eggs with toenails and your shit. It'll taste delicious, because I'll season it just perfect.
Tim, do you know how many 4 stars are in the game? How funny was that, Adrian?
That was beautiful. That was gorgeous. It was. I was just laughing with you, motherfucker.
I forgot about that last part.
Yeah, I was like, Lord have mercy. Fucking toenails.
I tell you, I
and
fucking
stuff.
blacked out, bro. I don't even remember fucking saying that.
Dude, wait, what was E doing all the way down there? Was that like an error of some sort?
Wait, what?
Why was E? Because you had EX, A plus, A, B, C, D, E.
The E's like the F tier.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
It's going off the FGO tiers, like, of levels.
Alright, no, I don't know why. I was like EX and then E, then A, but that wouldn't make sense. Oh, God.
What did Tim say? Is E the last tier? What did he say?
I don't even fucking know.
I don't know, I confused E and EX tier. I think that's what happened with my brain. I'm sleepy.
That was.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
What did he say?
I think I hear Tim now.
Okay, you can hear you now.
Okay. We're on E tier now, James. We're on E tier.
Oh my.
Is that the last tier that you guys put out?
We just black out and we don't even know what the fuck happened. We like wake up and Tim's just on the ground, just fucking mutilated, just like semen everywhere.
Oh, God.
James, Cyber Psycho! Cyber Psycho, James!
You've run out of it is what it is.
Okay, go back to the tier list.
Lord have mercy.
Our
Well,
God.
I'm here for any tiebreakers, as per usual.
We'll need you for the 5 stars for sure.
Oh yeah, Adrian, you're gonna have to be there for the 5 stars. Just no ifs, ands, or buts. I will fucking kill someone.
Alright, well, I'm gonna be playing high on live once this bitch downloads.
You played high. That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. Alright.
I think I'm gonna do like a really fucking crazy, like playthrough for the first one. Because I just, oh my god, it's like, I like that one dude's like, let's do it, let's do it.
Let's do it. That's what I was saying. I love that dude. Let's do
And
it.
you shove him into that alien asshole, like, let's do it, let's do it.
And they-
blows up, comes like, we did it,
We did
it. Look at dude, so gorgeous, dude. I just want to touch him. That's all I want to do.
Alright. Focus. What are we doing?
Sorry. Kissing.
We're on Valkyrie.
Ron Valkyrie. Ron Valkyrie. Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Let's see here. 30% quick, 20% MP damage for 3 turns. 6 turn cooldown. 1 attack, evasion for 3 turns. Grants debuff immunity for 1 time, 3 turns, and reduces damage taken by 3 attacks for 3 turns by 1,000. 6 turn cooldown. Last skill. For 3 turns, you gain 10% MP charge, 1,000 HP. Excuse me. 10% critical stars every turn. Unupgraded MP, but it is a quick that has 7 hits. The overcharge is autistically retarded. Nobody cares. And it ignores evasion. Alright. She's got the checklist. She has a hard survivability skill. Give those 1 attack.
Do you think she goes above Siegfried? What do you think?
I'm thinking she goes right there.
Where?
Right there next to Nero. Either above or below.
Above Suzuka?
Yes.
Wait, where's Chiron?
Right there.
Are you streaming the right thing? You're still on the video screen, bro.
No. Sorry.
Trying to gaslight me.
I was doing Cyber Psycho. The programs are getting mixed up. I don't know anymore.
Oh, you're on Cyber Psycho? You done chrome the fuck up?
I'm chromed the fuck out, bruh. Gets braces.
I'm
Bro, he's
chromed
chromed out of his mind.
Chrome the fuck up.
You think she goes above Chiron?
Yes.
Above Nero? Lancer AoE quick. What else can we think of?
Per body.
You get my wee sucked.
Me too.
Check.
Check what?
2 quick, 2 buster. MP damage up, quick up. She has special damage type.
No, it's not special damage type. It's insta kill.
Oh,
bonus. Yeah, that's what I was pointing out earlier. That was garbage.
that's rough. I was about to say she could maybe move skyrocket up. But I think she. Do you think she could be better than Nero, or do you think that's fine?
I asked you. I don't know if she could be better than Nero.
I'm fine with putting her above Nero.
Definitely not better than her, though.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, she.
Deserve it. Ibaraki. Alright.
Maybe this is better than the Berserker one.
It is. Alright. It might not be, actually. Increases party's attack by 20% for 3 turns. NP damage for self 30% for 3 turns. NP gen for self 30% 3 turns. Remove the
Whoa, do you see that NP charge?
what NP charge?
Look at her NP gain. Look at her passive, bro. Look, scroll up. Look at her NP. Look per card. Look, scroll up. Scroll up. Look, it's 1.06.
Pretty high.
Look at her quick card hits.
That's pretty nice. Alright, we shall continue. Remove debuffs and increase HP by 2,000. Alright. I guess this cancels out her demerit. That's not too bad, it's just 30%.
Yeah, that's a garbage 50-50, honestly. Like, who cares?
Exactly. Increases critical star absorption 1 turn, crit damage by 50 1 turn, and then it's one of those random buffs. And then her MP is unupgraded, but it applies ignore defense to enemies. Chance to reduce on critical star generation rate by 50%.
What is that demerit?
Very.
Why?
I mean, you could just use her middle skill to get rid of it.
I
But
guess.
it does drop 30 stars at base on her MP.
Brew.
So the demerit, I think, is negligible at this point.
I mean, it does. It's built in her kit where she can counter it.
And I mean, she auto counters it with the 30 stars dropping. So. Alright. She's got no hard survivability, so that's a big,
It's the lock in C tier, probably.
pretty much.
Where in C tier, though? Above Rama? Above Mecca?
I think right here.
You think she's above all the Elizabeths?
Yes.
You think? Yeah, that's fair. That's not bad. I don't think she's better than Passion, so yeah. Was it Buster single target?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now this one might be pretty good. I don't know if she got a buff or this was just like some.
I don't think she's good.
I
don't remember.
Alright. This is notable. Even though it's only 50%.
Triple quit.
Yep, triple quit.
Oh, she's innocent.
4 hits. That's pretty high.
That 4-hit arts, though.
That's right. Now she charged an MP gauge by 40%. Unfortunate. But still a fair amount of charge. Grants evasion for 1 turn. Not 1 attack, it's just 1 turn. And increases quick performance by 30% for 3 turns. Last skill, very unique. Increases critical star absorption for 1 turn and debuff immunity for 1 turn. Grants on-self attack a buff for 1 turn. She has a 40% chance to remove buffs from the enemy when normal attacking.
Pretty low.
It's any skill. But
She does have Rider.
That's right. Riding A+. So it's 11%.
Upgraded in P. Okay.
Alright. Upgraded MP, you said. A base 150% extra damage to enemies with lawful alignment. Pretty nice. Kind of a bonus, but it removes their offensive buffs afterwards. Then afterwards it reduces their quick resistance by 20%. This is a quick MP. You saw her MP gen, and the quick MP has 5 hits.
Not bad.
She's got the hard survivability. She's doing something unique. She's got the damage buff. Charging. B.
Above Siegfried?
Oh, you think she's in B? Oh yeah, you think she's in B. I forgot we moved them down. Where's she at? Let's see.
Think above Siegfried's fine?
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Yeah. I think we need to move him up.
Put him above Wu Zixin.
Above Wuxi? No.
I
Well,
think he's better.
More of a general support, you're right. Definitely not better than Ishtar, though.
No.
And then I would put her right there.
Above Nero.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that works. Let me see. Who else looks kind of goofy? I'm still looking at Keen Toki and Parvati, and I think they might be too high.
I'm thinking the same thing. But, I don't know, Parvati's got insane MP gen, but I could probably say that Kintoki needs to go somewhere. He basically
feel
doesn't
like
have the last skill anyways.
Keen Toki could probably go
Mid-C.
behind Ushi. Oh, C. Ooh. Top of C. I could work with that.
He is an MP5 right away, though.
He's pretty limited, James. Let's be honest. You had to have the game on launch to get him.
Right, we're not factoring that. If you have
I'm just
if you
saying.
have him, he's MP5. If you have him and he's not MP5, you did something wrong and you need to blow your brains up.
I think you could put him at the top of C. I think that's fine. What do you think?
No.
Okay. What do you think?
I think he needs to go below Yagyu.
I think we swap. I think we put Gawain behind Yagyu.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
And then you want to put Kintoki. Yeah.
Definitely A.
He's just aged. You'll hear people preach about that man still.
Yeah. I mean, he's good, don't get me wrong, but like, there's just better options now.
What do we think about Parvati, though?
No,
I think
she's just too good. The NP gen, she's just it's like the Lancelot thing. It's just she's NPing multiple times.
Yeah, okay, that works.
Alright.
Ushi above Nero. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good.
John DR. No, this one might go pretty high.
Maybe.
Every turn for one attack, you get evasion. Increases MP gem by 30%. Increase on attack by 20% for 3 turns, and on attack grant a buff where when she lands a hit, it applies 500 damage, burn damage for 3 turns when normal attacking. She has Madness Enhancement EX. I want to put that up. She gets Bust Performance 20% and charges MP gauge by 20% and deals 1,000 damage to herself. Unupgraded MP, but it's automatically MP5. So even if it was upgraded, it'd be like having MP4. And it has 5 hits. So what do we think?
Go back to the tier list. I need to look. Off the top of my head, I think we can put her above Ushi.
Yeah.
Seems fair.
I'm thinking right here. What do you think about that?
I don't know if I could say she's better than Atalante.
I was thinking the same thing. But the one attack every turn is really strong. And she's MP5. I don't know.
Her NP isn't good.
It's just a buster attack. It's, you know. Yeah, I think you're right. She probably just needs to be right there.
I definitely see she's pretty high. Yeah. Let's see. Ushi, then her, then Valkyrie. Yeah, that seems pretty good to me. What are you thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. Right. Yo!
Bro, just 2 words: schizophrenic skateboarding.
Yes, we indulge in a
What?
little bit of schizophrenic skateboarding. What about it?
Is that what the stream is for?
Yes. If I change into my swimsuit, A+. Ooh, what a risque skill. Charge your MP gauge by 20% for 3 turns, every turn.
Okay.
Gain critical stars every turn for 3 turns by 10 stars. 60% chance to charm all enemies and reduce all their arch resistance by 20% for 3 turns. Third skill. Increases party's attack by 20% for 3 turns. Increases their crit damage, except for self, by 30%. And I think we all know why Meb has writing A. Just saying.
Okay, James. Okay, James.
Just saying.
Yeah, boy. Yes, sir.
All right.
We're writing her. Let's go.
All right, let's talk about. All right. We all get it. We all want to fuck Meb, okay? All right. I want to fuck the anime girl. Now let's talk about
All
this
of
anime.
us.
Whoa. Earth. I'm sorry, bro. I forgot you like the husbandos. I'm sorry.
That doesn't look like a little boy to me.
Geronimo's my boy.
Let me just turn into Colossal real quick. I'm gonna fuck the children.
Oh yeah, funny story. James talked me out of grailing Geronimo 200.
I did? Why would
Good.
I ever fucking do that?
Bro, no, literally. I remember whenever I first started playing the game, you told me about Geronimo sucking so much ass, and I said, "Can I grill him?" And you were like, "No, don't." And he's like, "Don't waste your grills on him." And I was like, "Please, let me just do it." And you were like, "You only have so many," and it takes like I forgot what you said exactly, but then like someone came out and I actually wanted to grill him. But regardless, I would have a Geronimo level 100.
Oh, I think I told you that they were finite and that you might actually want to think about it if you cared about the game. I think that's what I said.
Yeah. Pretty much. But just imagine how sexy that would be.
It'd be awesome.
No.
It would.
I'm sad I stopped you.
Get your Sanson 120.
Yeah, it would have been even better if you grilled Gilderay.
Oh, dude! That would have been actually pretty cool.
And I mean the
Dude,
Saber
no,
version.
fuck. I need to get another device and actually start FGO, but just for the memes. And I need to grow a Geronimo, do a race, and one more person that's pretty shitty.
Ooh, the one more person that's really shit. Yeah, you grill Sansa.
Artemis.
Nah, that's a 5-star. That's like actually not.
Get your Artemis 120.
Get your Charles Henry Sanson 120. There you go.
Mm.
Most people forget he even exists in the game.
Okay. Okay, Medbee. Back to Medbee.
This NP has 6 hits, single target, and applies a special buff. Every chance, for every... Alright, you get 4 chances.
What?
To apply a debuff of 10% defense down for 3 turns by 60%. You have 4 separate chances to apply this. It's a very word-heavy skill. Basically, 4 times within that turn, you have a 60% chance to apply defense down. By for 3 turns.
Pull up the tier list. She goes below Elizabeth. I think she goes below Elizabeth, James.
Writing
No. No.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, below Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. Below the Elizabeth?
Yeah, below Elizabeth. I think that she's above Mecca.
I still think it's funny that the Elizabeths are right here, unironically.
I think she's above Mecca, though.
I know.
Okay. But she kind of is, though.
You kind of are. You know what? I'll settle for this. There you go.
Oh, why?
Because it bothers
It's because one's white, James. Is that why?
You caught me red-handed. My dick's in the cookie jar. You're ripping it off.
Give me a cookie.
Hey, you can't have my white cookie.
White cookie.
No, you can't have them.
Damn, that's too bad. Alright, well, I probably need to leave the call because I'm about to start playing High on Life and I know I'm going to be giggling like a little bitch the whole time.
Hey, giggling like a little bitch. I ain't gonna complain.
Alright, well, tell you when we need your help, Adrian.
Yeah, we'll call
I
upon
was actually just gonna mute. I'll mute myself. There we go. I'll mute myself. Bye-bye, I love you.
You can
Go.
hear us scream in the background when we start arguing.
You might hear more psychotic breakdowns.
Bro, I swear, it's like, I was playing the game the other night, just listening to you motherfuckers. Normally, I have to listen to something, you guys are entertaining, so there you go. Y'all are better than the show I was watching at the time.
That means we're doing good. Scream.
Too bad we can't get views on YouTube.
Hey. What are we doing?
Okay. I think she's above Mecca.
Fine. Alright.
I feel like that's fair.
You think that's fair?
I think that's fair. I don't think we can.
chans like that? You gonna do that?
Yes, I am. You can have your lolly harem somewhere else.
Excuse me? I am not interested in lolly, sir.
Go get your life-size Ilya model somewhere else, bro.
Shota enjoyer. Alright.
Mm.
Alright. I am part of the Gil clan. Fucking bitch.
Doesn't that mean you see Ilya as a little boy then?
Whoa. That bitch ain't no little boy. She got a fucking
How do you know?
vagina.
How do you
Wait
know?
a second. Oh, fuck. You got me. You got me. I was just getting the cupcake, I swear. I swear, man. Just getting the cupcake. Just getting a cupcake, alright?
Okay. Who's next?
Mysterious Heroine X.
Oh, the first foreigner.
No. Second foreigner.
The first foreigner.
Third foreigner.
It's literally the first. Who else is on the list, James?
Oh, you're talking about on the list. Yeah.
This dude.
This dude. This dude.
This dude.
Look at me, I'm funny and quirky. My name's fucking dick sucker. Alright.
Nice to meet you.
Look at the mirror. I mean, stop looking in the mirror.
Okay. Why are her sprites so all over the place?
Cause boobies sell money. And the first decision actually doesn't look super bad. It's kind of like a mecha thing. It's kind of cool.
Piloting EX.
Alright. Invincibility. 1 turn. Increase attack by 50%. Massive.
Look at that second skill, dog.
Okay, let's look at this. 20 stars. It has 4 turns cooldown, but it reduces her absorption by 100%.
What? Who designs this? How big is Threat to Humanity?
It's most
Not big at all.
It's most bosses and the Lost Belts and stuff. Yeah.
And the Singularities, yeah. Not the Lost Belts.
No, I'm saying in the Lost Belts.
No.
Yes, there's more threats to humanity in the Lost Belt than there is in the Singularities.
The tree seeds are in Lost Belts?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty much...
We're trying to find
Dang.
something that's a threat to humanity that isn't in the Lost Belts.
that category. That's still trash, bro.
Enshrined deity, Sir Nanos.
What's Reisetsu? What Ashia Doman? Is that the new one?
Yeah, that's the Ashia one.
Okay.
I didn't know Oberon was a threat to... Well, I mean, I knew he was a threat to humanity, but I didn't know he was in that category. Bro just eats divine beings. Yummy. Alright,
Yeah, that was...
MP gauge by 30% and threat to humanity 50%. And ignores invincible. Now, this is notable that she is a foreigner, so these passives are... I mean, you can just look at them. Right there. I'm not going to read these. Alright, she does have an upgraded MP. What was the upgrade? Just MP damage. Alright. Deal damage to a single enemy. 200% plus extra damage to Saber class servant enemies. Activates first. 20% attack. She's got the survival. She's got the...
Yep.
The crit doesn't really matter. And she's got the MP charge and ignore invincible.
Above Gawain? What do you think?
Yes. Above Yagyu?
That's... What do you think? Above Yagyu?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
okay.
Right there, actually.
Yeah, that seems pretty alright.
Dear Moon, Udubne, Saber. Now, this one I think is pretty correct.
We should have gotten Phase Zero, huh?
Huh?
This is what we should have gotten in Phase Zero.
This is the alternate version of... This isn't like an alternate version. This is like an alternate reality version of Dear Moon.
What a shame.
I know.
Dang, that's a pretty cracked first skill.
I mean, first of all, look at his MP gain and his quicken arts. 4 hits on the quick, 3 hits on the arts, and he's got .73 MP gain.
And that third skill, bro. Oh.
Hold on. Okay, pretty good. Evasion, 1 turn. Quick performance, 1 turn. Attack, 1 turn, 20%. Crit star absorption for 3 turns. Drops 15 stars immediately. Final skill. 30% defense. and an MP gen of 30%. He has Riding B. Unupgraded MP. After damage, removes defensive buffs. But it has 10 hits. Very notable. What are we thinking?
I'm thinking he at least goes above Valkyrie. But I think he can go up much higher.
I'm thinking that's an A.
Let's go up the tier. Let's put him in front of Valkyrie. Let's work our way up. Okay.
Yes.
Better than Lante, better than Wu, better than Chiron, better than Ishtar,
Yes.
better than Tomoe, better than Lancelot, better than Parvati, better than Helena? Is he top of B?
I think he's an A. I think he breaks into A.
I wish he had a special damage. That would have been too much. That would have been.
You are right. He doesn't have a special damage. He might just be the top of B then. Yeah, that's fine. He's top of B.
Right.
You did point out he basically doesn't have an overcharge either. Chance
Yeah,
of instant
it's
kill.
bad.
That's pretty bad. And it's not upgraded.
Maybe one day.
They want to destroy the game, yes. Shootin' Dojin Caster.
Yeah.
Welfare. 4-hit arts. MP gain is 40 something percent. Alright, first skill. Pretty much, ooh, holy shit. Okay, this one's actually notable. The crit chance reduction. There's only 2-3 enemies in the game that have at base 60% chance to crit. Everybody else who had this debuff would be unable to crit. Usually they're low, too low for me to even say anything about, but I would point that out. And it seals their MP for 1 turn. So it basically cripples their high damage attacks. 30% arts and buster, and absorbs all stars for 1 turn. Demonic Nature of Oni. Protection. Increases party's attack for 3 turns. Increases own damage against demonic by 50% for 3 turns. Territory Creation B. 8% arts performance. Unupgraded MP, but is instantly maxed. So it's like a 4th level MP on any other unit. Ignores evasion for 1 turn. Activates first. And deals 13 hits. What are we thinking?
I think she's at least better than Atalanta.
I think she's better than Rama. Well,
No.
I take the back. You might be right about that.
I said Atalanta. Like down there.
I think she's only better than Atalante.
That's why I'm saying we should go up and see if she goes better than any of forever. Do you think she's better than Nobunaga?
Main thing is she better than Queen of Sheba. I think she's better than Nobunaga.
Okay. Better. I don't think she's better than Queen of Sheba.
You don't think she's better?
1 turn buffs. If the Buster and the arts were 50% for 1 turn, that's a really good one.
It's not though. But she does have max MP. Did she get 3 arts, or can she bust her chain?
It's 3 arts.
Oh, unfortunate.
That's bad. I think right below Sheba is pretty nice.
I think that's a pretty good spot right there.
Isn't this dude cracked?
Who is this dude? He's a really good arch support. He's pretty nice. Alright, let's see. He is fully dedicating to supporting, I think, so.
Isn't he a support tank?
No. But he is like a full-on support. Like, I don't even think one of his skills like even benefits solely himself. Alright. First skill. 2 attacks, 3 turns. He gets Invil. And also increases the party's attack by 20%. Vigorous like the breaking bamboo. Charges one ally's MP gauge by 20% and increases their buff success rate for 1 turn by 40%. This plays into his third skill. Demonic Face. Increases a party's art performance by 20%. 3 turns, guaranteed. The other 2 buffs are not guaranteed. They are 60%. But they will increase your star gen by 50% and your crit chance by 50%. If you have his second skill active on you, you will guarantee these buffs. Unupgraded MP, but it's a support type. Reduces all enemies' MP gauge by 1. Guaranteed. Reduces their critical attack chance by 20%, 3 turns. Reduces party's damage taken for 3 turns by 500. And then increases the party's attack for 3 turns by 30%. Very solid support.
Top of B. What you thinking?
Top of B?
I'm thinking top of B, and we can maybe talk about moving him down. I don't think he's A tier. Well, he could be A tier, honestly. Actually, I could do that.
I think.
What are you talking about?
Better.
What?
I was looking.
Just Gilgamesh. What? Why are we looking at Gilgamesh?
Dude, it doesn't matter. I don't think he breaks into A tier.
Bruh. 2-hit invincible?
Yeah. But he's even though he's supporting, it does help him go.
Arts up, attack up. Like. He gives the whole party 50%
I
attack.
can't consent to that with the Wu Zishin down there.
It's not even close.
Just can't do that.
But he's way better than Wu Zishin. He's even able to increase the chance on another skill. Like, bruh.
No, it only increases one person's success rate for getting those buffs.
He's going to be support. He's not going to be the main guy. So that's perfect.
No. If
I feel
judging him
like
as harshly as we did Wu, he's not that good.
What are you smoking?
What are you smoking?
Does Wu Zishin have a 2-hit invincible, bruh?
That is
Are
true.
you serious?
It's true.
Why are you even thinking
But he's
about
not
comparing
going into
them?
A. He's just not going into A.
What do you mean?
He's not that good.
What is he not giving that you would need?
Nothing, but it's not exceptional.
Bruh.
Let's see. I'll say the buff numbers are pretty low, except for the attack ups.
He's at least better than DR Moon.
I'm drinking so much caffeine.
Honestly, Fujino might be too high.
No.
I don't know, James. I don't know.
No, she basically has everything he has. But she's got a special damage mod that pushes her up in there. She's just not better than these people in front of her.
Pose, we can let it go for now. We'll come back to it for sure.
We won't. Not for long, anyways.
Yeah, we're finishing out the 4 stars before we do something like that again.
Yeah. Oh god, that's gonna be even more miserable though. Oh god.
Okay.
Just don't think about it.
I think we said this Lancer was like one of the best in the entire class.
I think we did. But was it earned? Let's see. For 3 turns, 20% quick, 20% arts, 30% crit. Draws all stars for 1 turn. Grants debuff immunity 3 times for 3 turns. Increases own buff removal resistance 3 times, 3 turns, 100%. Her buffs cannot be removed in this state. NP got her last skill, got an upgrade. Ruffian Abolisher. Grants 2 time guts for 5 turns. Charges MP gauge by 30% and gives her 15 stars every turn for 5 turns. Whew. The paragraph that is this MP. Self buff skill. On attack, debuff. Alright, I'm gonna have to comprehend this one. Give me just a second. Alright. With normal attacks, for 3 times for 5 turns, will reduce the enemy's defense by 10% for 3 turns. Another on attack debuff for the enemy for 3 times for 5 turns. Removes the enemy's buffs when critical attacking. Grants self defense buff 3 times for 5 turns. Reduce the enemy's critical damage by 10% for 3 turns when taking normal attacks. Then increase attack by 30% for 3 turns. Overcharge. Another on defense attack buff 3 times, 5 turns. When taking critical damage, recover the party's HP by 2,000.
She's pretty good.
She's an insane anchor.
I think she's above Nero.
Automatically. I'm thinking that's
Whoa. Whoa. Let's work our way up past Nero. Let's work our way up. Now that NP is nice.
It's insane.
It's pretty nice.
It's actually insane. And she's an
Debuff
awesome,
immunity.
so she
Crit draw.
multiple times.
Yeah, she's really, really, really good. Let's see. Better than Ushi. Better than John. Better than Valkyrie. Better than Atalante. Better than Wuzishin. Better than Chiron.
Yes.
And better than Ishtar. Better than Tomoe. Better than Lancelot. Better than Parvati.
Yes.
Better than Helena. Better than DR Mood. What are we? Did DR Mood had an evasion, right?
Yeah, but it was tied to his attack skills.
I think we put her above him. I don't know if she's better than Yangling though.
2 guts. I thought it was 3 turns, but it's 2 guts for 5 turns.
Yeah. Is that an NP? Oh, I think she goes above Yangling. Is it enough to put her in A tier? Chick, she makes stars, she draws them in, and then she's critting. She buffs on crit. Yeah, I think she goes above Fujino, above Anne. Better than Neza?
No. That's her cutoff point. She's a really good anchor. But you would not, I don't think you would want to open up with her in a team.
I really think Neza's better.
Yes.
I'm gonna pull up Neza. That just doesn't sound right.
Neza's triple dipping into damage buffs. It's got the guts. Drawing in the stars, a debuff clear, MP charge.
She has the exact same first skill. Except, you know, Neza's Buster Quick.
I just drop into the floor. What's a hammer?
No, she's better than Neza, bro.
You think she's better than Neza?
Yeah, pull up Neza.
I know what Neza does.
I think she's easily better than Neza. Easily. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, though I did not look at those hits. 4 hit quick with the 79. Is this looking like an A plus?
Are we agreeing she's above Neza?
Yeah.
Okay. She's above Chiyomi. Above Beowulf. Top of A?
She's a really strong anchor. Is she an A plus?
She might be A plus. Let me think.
I'm gonna say yeah.
She's good.
I think she's the bottom of A plus though.
Her attack's a little low. But it's nothing like killer. She's solid, James.
Fat. Like I think she just goes in the bottom of A plus. I just really do.
I think she's better than Anne.
I don't know about that. And
I think she is.
Massive damage. Wait, is she
I know,
that good
but
of an anchor? Like
I think she's that good.
If Hercules didn't exist, would she be the person you'd be putting in the back all the time?
As of right now, I think so.
Alright. I think that immediately shoots her up here then.
No.
Yes.
What Tristan and Kumail are doing, I don't think she tops them, but she's right there. She really is, Brie.
Alright, fine.
If you want to make the case now that Tristan's better than Fionn, I think I could do that.
I did make that case earlier.
So we're saying Tristan's better than Fionn?
Yes.
Alright. Just absolutely cracked.
Uh-oh.
Is this the bottom of E tier?
No, this isn't the bottom of E tier. She has a way to counter that thing you're thinking of right there.
The aliens are super cute and thick, James. It's so beautiful.
I'm
They're
not
wiggling their asses at me while I shot them, James. God damn it.
It's beautiful.
Mm.
Alright, focus. 10% MP gen for 5 turns. Every turn. And grants self debuff immunity for 1 turn. Alright. Her buffed second skill recovers own HP by 1000 for 5 turns every turn. Buff removal resistance, including herself, for 3 turns. 30% attack for 3 turns. Final skill, Bloodsucker C. Chance to reduce charge and gives 20% MP charge. Unupgraded MP. If you do not have the buff resistance removal active, she will remove all her buffs and debuffs. Now, if you have it active, she will only remove debuffs. Deals damage.
Wouldn't that remove the immune debuff too?
Which one?
When it says remove own buffs, doesn't that include the debuff immunity?
No, I said this apply. When I said that, I said it applies to herself as well. That's not an
I don't know.
event. I'm positive on that point because I've used her a lot. And I know that's how it works. If you have her second skill active, it will not remove her own good buffs unless they are labeled as like the one Oberon gives. It's counted as a buff. But if she has any debuffs while her second skill is active, she will remove them. Deals defense ignoring damage. And on base overcharge gives her 50% buster. Noted, she has no hard survivability. What are we thinking? C or below?
Above or below Med B? What do you think?
I might be thinking she's in C, actually.
You want to move her down to D?
Yeah. Where's she at? That's the main question. Is that the one I forgot?
Below Nitocris? Oh, you forgot her?
I think I forgot her. Oh wait, no, she's right.
Die. Okay.
Alright.
Where are we moving her?
She's in D. She's definitely below her. And I think that's fine.
Who?
Lancer, Alter...
I think she's worse than Murray.
I don't.
I do. Murray's got a team-wide debuff clear, 3 HP regen, crit star. I mean, yeah, I feel like she's worse than you.
Nah, I think Yu's doing more damage. Yu's got 2 buster cards too, doesn't she? Yeah, she does.
Has no survivability, James. I know we brought this up, but you know?
Yeah, we did.
She's got a buster up, but does she have an attack up or special damage? Nope.
She does have an attack up.
Where?
Mid skill, 30%.
30%. Meh.
I mean, that is
Not.
a massive attack boost, like 50% buster. And it's tied to her MP, so it's always going to be active when she MPs. Even if her buffs did get cleared, if you're not using her second skill.
That removes her buster up, though.
No, it doesn't.
So, do they go in order?
Yes, it removes all buffs, then applies the buster.
Okay.
So, if for some reason you don't have the second skill active, you will still get the buster up.
Still feel like it's way too confusing. So,
It's confusing, but she can negate her buff. You just don't be retarded. Like,
I don't think she's better than Li Shuwen. I can put her above Carmilla.
think she's better. I think she's better. Do we need to move Leisha Win up? I don't think she's better. I think she's better than her.
I mean, if you want to move Leisha Win up, I'm fine with that.
Like up here. They put her right there.
Above Marie? That's fine. And then you put Marie, you, right?
Yep.
Dang, your qualities. Is your internet killing itself?
I don't know. Let's see. Is it still doing it?
I think it's fixed now.
Okay. It might have
Move back to the tier list.
What that was. Alright.
Thought you fell out of your chair. Like that
Okay.
scene from Speed.
Understandable. Alright.
Okay, you need to go back to the tier list. I need to look at it. I didn't get to look. The quality just immediately drops. I think you need to zoom in. I think you need to zoom in.
It's too far. Right here.
Okay, that's better. That was killing me. So you had Lee, Marie, you. Yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah. That's fair.
Alright, on to Quetzalcoatl. Ruler.
Hot garbage.
Sambista. For 3 attacks, for 3 turns, gain 10 crit stars every turn and 20% attack for the whole party. Increases one ally's critical star absorption for 1 turn, and increases a critical star gen by 30% for 3 turns. Final skill. Increase Buster performance for 3 turns by 30%. Increase star absorption of Buster cards for 1 turn. Alright. Unupgraded MP, but it is maxed instantly. Increases critical star generation by 100% for 1 turn. This MP has 4 hits. And increases party's critical damage by 30% for 3 turns. And since that noted that thing in the MP, she has 4 hits except for her arts. Across the board.
Okay. Well, it's fair to say that she goes indie. But where indie?
Automatically above Ruler Martha.
Yep.
And I'm
Higher than Astolfo.
thinking
Higher than Marie Caster. Higher than Mordred. Okay. Better than Sheba? Better than Sheba? What are you
I think
thinking?
she's right there.
I think she's better than Mordred.
You think she's better than Mordred?
I think
She's got real
so.
hard survivability though.
I
She's
know.
85, though.
The 100% crit rate does make a difference.
It does. It's a break point.
I think it kind of takes her right above Shootin.
Above shooting?
I don't think I can go higher than Sheba though. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking she's right above Sheba.
Above Sheba?
Yeah. Because she can draw and crit stars on 2 separate turns. And her 4th ability is targetable. I mean, not her 4th ability. Her 2nd ability is targetable.
She's doing it better than Raiko.
Does that put her above Raiko?
What are we thinking?
I'd say she's above Raiko, but she's definitely not above Lancelot. Lancelot's just doing a better job at critting.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. Have her above, yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's see how good this buff is.
You know what? There you go.
Let's see how good this buff is.
Alright. Let's look at those ascensions.
That trash third sprite.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
If you don't use the second sprite, you need to uninstall.
Actually, if you don't use the first sprite, you ain't getting no cupcakes. Alright. Alright, first skill. Oh no, we're going through all of this. We're just going to go through all this because I already feel it. Alright, she has an HP of 1200. Very high for a 4-star.
Debatable.
No, this is pretty high. She also has the lowest attack out of most 4-stars, which is an 8,600.
I don't know, that Lancer we just looked at had like pretty high.
Yeah, but she had one of the lowest attacks as well. Alright, now, MP charge attack, 0.81%. 2 hits on her arts, triple arts, 3 hits on her quick, 4 on the buster. First skill, 30% arts, 30% crit for 3 attacks for 3 turns. The arts one is 3 turns, but not attack based. This has a 5-turn cooldown. Second skill, for 1 time over the course of 3 turns, revive with 2,000 HP. Also get debuff immunity 1 time for 3 turns. Alright. Third skill, charge 1 ally's MP gauge by 30% and increase their buff success rate by 40% for 3 turns. She has magic resistance B, 17.5 debuff resist chance. Unique skill, infinite mana supply, charges NP gauge by 4% every turn. Second only to Merlin's and the other Merlin. Upgraded Noble Phantasm. Applied Protection of the Satsuki regeneration buff for 3 turns. This activates every turn. When this buff activates, it charges the party's MP gauge by 10% and then increases their attack by another 10%. And then it heals the party for 1,000 and drops 5 crit stars. These apply every time a turn goes by. So when you are at the end of the 3rd turn, you will have healed 3k HP, you will have 30% attack, and you will just have 5 stars on that 3rd turn.
Looking at the list, I think it's fair to say she goes easily above Ushi. But where? How far?
True. Alright. Now you've put your random starting spot.
I said above Ushi.
I know. It's not.
What?
It's not random. I'm just saying shit. Your starting spot. And I'm gonna put mine is right behind Helena. I'm fucking with you. Nah, I think she goes above Valkyrie. What are you thinking?
Yeah, that works.
Now, don't just say that because you don't think you don't want to argue.
I mean, that NP buff literally
is pretty
saved her. Like,
pretty insane.
just actively killing herself, but now they fixed it, actually.
I think it was the biggest debuff in the game. 3k HP every time you popped it. And trust me, you were popping that MP about every other turn.
Well, I don't know if that's worse than Miyamoto.
Miyamoto.
Berserker.
Wait, what was the thing with him?
She had a HP demerit on one of her skills.
Oh, you mean the 5k HP?
Yeah.
That is fair. Hey, at least I had a cooldown though. You could do it multiple times with BU. It's funny. How close? Oh my god.
No. Hear me out. I think we may have the supports too high up. Because I'm thinking Miyu might actually be better than Helena.
You think Miyu's better than Helena?
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm surprised.
She's a support with a guts. They kept her guts. I mean, they couldn't take it away, but still. Like, she'll live
I do think
to
she's
pop
better
her
than
skills
Helena.
again.
I do think she's better than Helena.
Yeah, that's why I think we may need to move Helena down.
No, Helena's just straight good.
Yeah, but then I'm
She's
looking
not
at,
even
like...
just solid, she's just good.
Those three to the right of her, though, I think go above.
3 to the right of her. Well, why don't you just argue that point? Because we've been
That's what I'm saying.
We've been arguing with those anyways.
So we'll move Helena below Tomoe. Okay. Now about these three. We think Parvati is the best of the three? Really?
No, I never said that. I thought Lancelot was.
I'm trying to say Tomoe is the best.
She does have hard survival, so that gives her the edge over them.
And then Lancelot, and then Parvati?
But I don't want. I'm not gonna let that, because their damage potential is just too high. That I'm not gonna let the not having a survival skill put them down here.
Yeah, they're not going down there. Like, they're still plenty good.
Put her up there. There you go.
Who?
Miyu.
No.
That's right.
I'm shocked. Miyu went from, like, the bottom of E to, like, B tier. Miyu didn't get her buff when we did casters, did she?
Nah, I don't remember.
I don't think she did, because then you kept talking about how sad it was looking at her.
Yes, she didn't have it. God, I forgot how long ago that was.
Yeah, it was actually a year ago. Like I said.
I think it's been
No,
more.
we put her in C tier.
Yeah, I think.
But we divided by 4 stars. So.
I think compared to a lot of the other casters, she was doing a lot. Because a lot of the casters are kind of been garbage. I mean.
Now see, why are you putting Medea below Iris when we agreed in the last tier list that Iris was worse? James, what do you got?
I think even when we put them right here and that we currently have them, we argued the same points.
I don't think we
We
argued.
the same points, and I said
I think we agreed.
You said,
better.
no, we're not going to start this. We're going to leave them alone. We decided different arguments.
What if we get Adrian in here?
No,
what do we get Adrian to do?
Card survivability is way better. It's way better. It's way better than just straight healing. We're not going to do that right now. Alright, where's Miyu going?
I think she's fine below Diarmuid.
Below Diarmuid? I think she's below him.
I don't think she's above Diarmuid, bro.
I think she is. I didn't know you were going to let me push it this far.
I think I've been plenty understanding of Miyu's potential. I think she's fine below Diarmuid.
I think she's.
I think I'd rather run Diarmuid than Miyu. Because
that's
Yarmu,
true.
you don't have to NP.
Well, true. But that's also kind of the argument with this dude.
That dude's got a 2-hit invincible on him.
Well, I mean, that doesn't matter.
That carries you.
That carries you, but he's a support.
It carries.
That edges you out against other sports, is all it does.
Oh god, here's Estrella. Someone in the comments is going, Estrella, you put Amakusa and Estrella in B tier? Oh, you didn't play the game, bro.
Our god Miss said that you're wrong. Mrs. our god.
These guys did not play the game.
Nah, bro, it's what I put her super low, and he's like, you probably never even used Estrella. Has her MP4 maxed out, skills maxed.
I guess he's right.
Suck my dick.
Okay, now let's look at Estrella.
Alright.
5-hit extra.
That
Kinda cool.
Oh, look at those arts cards. 4 hits. Alright. Protection of the Libra. A. Increasing an ally's attack, defense, and NP generate by 20% for 3 turns. This is targetable. 5-turn cooldown. Increases arts performance by 1 turn by 30%. Drop 30 stars. Consume 5 stars. You have to have 5 stars to use this skill. Gain crit absorption 1 turn. 50% crit damage 1 turn. And charge MP gauge by 20%. She has a further 10% on her passive for arts cards. And a further 10% on crit damage. She does have an upgraded MP. Activating first, she ignores invincible. Deals damage to a single enemy. Drops 20 stars. And does extra damage to evil alignment enemies. Let's see if this one's different from the other dude. No, it's not. Not crazy. Not a crazy damage mod. But her MP does have 8 hits. Now, what do we think? She has no hard survivability.
I think we put her below Gawain. What do you think?
I'm thinking she's above Gawain.
With no survivability?
Yes. I think her
Okay.
damage potential is just way higher than his.
Better than Yang Yu?
No. Yankee, wait, what are we talking about?
I think she's better than I mean,
Than that dude?
no, that's Quinn.
Are you talking about
King.
Yagi?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
I think she's better than him.
I think she's better. She's better than
I think she's better.
But he's got the...
That's like the first 30 crit star bomb we've seen.
Okay. I don't think...
I think she's better than Foreigner.
I don't.
Why?
Foreigner's got the hard survivability, the crit bomb, even though it reduces it from her. She's got some pretty big massive attacks and special damage mod. Her special damage mod is way more applicable than her evil alignment one. And I think...
Ignore invincible?
Yeah, she does that too.
On NP?
No, she has it on a skill.
Yeah, I guess we can stick her behind Foreigner for now. Might change.
Alright. Gray.
If only Gray got a buff.
Increase on attack for 3 turns by 30%. And increase damage against undead. We're probably going to look at that list. By 100% for 3 turns. For 1
We've been adding a lot more undead killers lately.
Yeah.
Might have something to say about Lost Spell 7.
I lost about 6, had a shit ton of undead. But quick buster. Performance 40% for 1 turn. Apply invincible for 1 attack, 1 turn. I'm seeing Code Geass. I thought that said Code Geass.
Die.
I'm seeing it everywhere. 20% MP charge. Everything else is
Her NP did get a buff.
It did? Oh shit. Alright. Buffed MP. Ignore invincible. Activate first. Deals damage to all enemies. And since it's upgraded, it's basically a level 5 NP for free. 4 hits. Charges on MP gauge by 10%. Afterward, reduce enemies' quick and buster resistance by 20%. I'm thinking she's a fat solid.
Better than Ushi.
No.
So like right below.
Pretty much right below. Well, she is MP5.
So above Ushi, or I think she goes above
She
Ushi.
has 2. Oh, she has a triple quick. Unfortunate. Yeah, she just goes.
But she does have the attack up, the undead, and the quick buster up. So
That is triple dipping. Quadruple dipping, actually.
she does reduce the resistance. I'm just saying.
1? No, that's just triple dipping.
I don't think she goes above a Berserker John though.
I think she's fine right there, actually.
Yeah.
She got just enough survivability and some major attack buffs and the MP charge. Alright. Lock Shmibai.
Didn't she get a buff?
I think she might have. Yes, she did.
Look, Takeuchi did this.
Oh, surprise, surprise. A saber face done by Takeuchi. I'm going to blow my brains out. Now, I think with this one, we should start from the back. Alright. Because of the way this works. Alright, for 1 turn, grant for 1 time for 3 turns, grant Guts. Increase quick performance for self by 20%, 3 turns, and MP generate 20%, 3 turns, and increases the parties, so everybody gets an increased buff success rate of 40%. Reduces own debuff resistance by 20%. Debrand. Her second. We'll go back to the first skill. But that one, you understand why it applies. Increases party's attack by 3%, by 20%, 3 turns. 60% chance to increase by her star gen, the party's star gen by 50% for 3 turns. 60% chance to increase the party's critical damage by 50% for 3 turns. Her last skill will guarantee this for the party. Single target skill for 1 ally. Grant invincibility. This is not tied to the chance. The chance bases, which are 60%, chance to apply healing regeneration buff, 2000 HP every turn for 3 turns. And then grant them damage cut 3 times for 3 turns by 2000. She does have Riding B. Unupgraded MP. 4 hit quick. Removes all offensive buffs after attacking. Now I'm thinking she's a fat solid support.
Me too.
If she provided a quick buff, I'd say she's just a quick version of this dude.
Where are you thinking she goes?
She's definitely in B.
Where do you think she goes? Like, what's your random placement?
My random placement would probably be right here.
That's funny, because I actually placed her above Chiron.
You think she's above Chiron?
I think she's above Chiron.
I could see
I actually
that.
think you could push it to above Helena. The guts and the targetable invincible.
If we push it to above Helena, I think she would just end up going up here somewhere.
I don't think she's doing better than Parvati and them.
You don't.
I don't think so.
Just look at the skills one more time. We're gonna glance at them. Alright.
If you want to put her above Parvati and Lancelot, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about her second skill is just really nice. Like, that's not just survivability for herself. That's for somebody else. That's a one-turn invul. Not one hit, one turn.
Yep. I can put her below Gozan. I think Tomoe's better. But I think it's right. What do you think about that?
I don't know, I still feel like she's like in the supports right here.
I don't think she's better than Miyu. But I feel like she's solid there.
Feel like she's fine there. But I personally think she's above Ushi.
Above who?
Above Ushi goes in right there.
Tomoe?
Tomoe goes in. Damn it, I'm doing the same thing.
If Tomoe's guts is 5 turns, no.
I think it's 4
Is it-
turns, but I could be completely wrong.
I thought it was 3 turns. But if it's 5, no. Your guts is 5 turns, no. I think it's fine having her below Tomoe. It's crazy how they buff these people and they just like skyrocket up.
I know.
It's almost like they're learning. Almost like there's people behind the, you know.
Well, don't forget they got out of DW's control, which a lot of people defend them, but honestly, they were really bad for FGO. Like, they just wouldn't try anything new. They wouldn't give the player base any pity systems or anything good. But it did, I think it started FGO out on the right foot. They cared more about the story and all the other stuff. Now, I think they still care about the story, but it was like a big factor was the story at the beginning. And like being favoritism with your servants and stuff. But I think since Lazingel's taken over, they're kind of just more loosey-goosey with it. But they still allow you to do some extreme favoritism, so.
Everything went wrong after Babylon.
After Babylon.
After Babylon, everything started going very different.
What do you mean? After Merlin showed up, basically?
After Merlin, the game was pretty stagnant for a long time.
True. There was the Epic of Remnant. Which, the main big bad of Epic of Remnant... Actually, there was multiple big bads of Epic of Remnant. Holy shit, Epic of Remnant was actually pretty important. Damn. Like, the Shinjuku thing. That thing with Holmes and him just kind of like coming out of nowhere and joining in. Why? Why was there a singularity there? What was going on? That's still a big mystery. I still want to find that out. The Agartha, I'll admit, Agartha was like, why? Why does this
horrible?
Like this chapter was awful. That was like, that is the worst. That is worse than Fuyuki in New Orleans.
No, stop it. That is straight up lies.
It's not lies.
Nothing is worse than New Orleans. Nothing's worse than Oceanus.
Well, Oceanus is the second worst. Personally, I hated Agartha. It's
trash.
It's so weird and pointless, and they missed such a good opportunity with Helena Blavatsky. There was so much character development there, and you just skipped over it. It just doesn't exist. Kill yourself.
Why does it exist?
All right. Now,
The Musashi one was fire though.
no, we gotta speak of Seraph because technically it's part of it, and it's part of the main interlude now. So you don't have an excuse not to do it. Seraph was pretty interesting. Like if you liked CCC and Kiara.
No one.
My favorite part of the chapter was Emiya, learning all the shit he had to go through. But Shimosa, the best.
Fire.
The best out of the 4 Epic of Remnants, or the 5. And it technically was a lost belt. It was like a prototype lost belt. Such a good chapter. Oh lord.
Better than. It honestly might be like top 5.
Yeah, I
of
think
every
it might
story
be one of my top 5. It really made me like Musashi's character. Like, she's one of my favorite characters now because of it.
So what we're doing next, we're making a FGO story event tier list.
I'm totally down for that. That would be awesome.
Or let's hurry up and finish this. Let's finish this.
Wait. We're not going to skip over Salem. Salem?
We don't need to talk about Salem.
I don't think the story was that great. But it introduced us to a new threat that could be something in the Lost Belts, or something that may fuck with the Lost Belts. From the Imaginary Scramble event, which is a main story event, foreigners are doing some fucky shit, bruh. They're like aliens, like the alien god, but like a different dimension kind of alien. They will fuck our shit up if they get the opportunity.
Why is Voyager a foreigner?
I forget what god he came into contact with.
Ishtar. Hee.
No, like it's one of the Cthulhu gods.
What? What?
Yeah, but you know the thing to become a foreigner is you either have to drown in the madness or be a light in the darkness.
Well, Voyager's like the only light in the darkness.
Pretty much. Now, you can totally argue. I don't know why Saber is in that class. It's whatever. Nobody explains it.
It's for memes. No one cares.
It's a meme character. It's straight a meme character. I think the only other light in the darkness would be, I think, one of the recent foreigners. Alright. I gotta go look at it now.
Oh no, this dude. Why, James? Don't do this. Don't do it, James.
At the list. Alright. The only other light in the
Cohen's
darkness.
Gaia, a light in the darkness.
No, she is the fucking darkness. Nah, it's Van Gogh. I know
I
her.
think Van Gogh's a light in the darkness.
I know her final ascension looks evil as fuck, but if you've read the story about it, that she literally just doesn't. It's just her looking powerful. She's like.
If you've read the 12 novels, you'd actually understand that Van Gogh is the sweetest character in the entire universe.
It's funny that you say that because I love her character, and that's exactly what she is. She's got some really dark themes, though. Like the
tier list, James.
No.
You're sidetracking us.
We're gonna finish. The theme of wanting to kill herself so she doesn't harm everybody, but can't because of her convictions. Because of her... She's forced to, basically. She can't kill herself, but she would rather die than let the foreign gods take over. Or use her as a vehicle to do so. Alright, I'm done.
Is that Cece? Okay, no more. I'm done with that. Asphathamahala.
Second Ascension looks dope as hell, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's a real shame they didn't make that his third one.
Well, I mean, it's fine that it's a second. I mean, just having the option to have him in the armor is fucking dope. Alright, Invul, for 1 turn, charge MP gauge 30%. Buster performance 30%. When attacking with a Buster card, for 3 attacks, decrease the enemy's defense by 20%. This stacks to 60. Increase quick performance 30%. When attacking with a quick card, increase your crit damage by 30%. This can apply 3 times over 5 turns. Holy shit, what are these fucking... What is this? Hold up.
What is that passive?
Alright. We're gonna go to the passive now, because that's pretty fucking lengthy. Alright. Independent action EX. Increase on critical damage by 12%. Rudra Avatara. Increases Buster performance 5%. Increases critical damage of Buster cards by 10%. Grants debuff mental immunity. He cannot be charmed. Interesting. There's only a few other people I know that can do that.
What's so special about this dude?
I forget. I think Shiva's possessing him.
Who?
I think, like, Shiva, one of the patron deities of the Indian pantheon. Besides that. Very interesting. I did not know he had this at all. But let us be on our way. MP's unbuffed. Unfortunately, it doesn't remove their defensive buffs until after attacking. But, like another archer we know that he probably will not surpass, just looking at him, increases his damage based on his current health, up to 600%.
Potential ruined.
Where's he at?
Double check.
He's got survival. He's got.
He is solid.
He is pretty solid. How solid are we talking now?
I think he's at least above John.
Yes, immediately where I put him. I think he's just above John. Like, maybe Valkyrie, but I can't see him surpassing her.
He removes defensive buffs.
Yeah, but
do either of them do that?
No, but it's after attacking.
Still, he removes them. And I mean, it's kind of shocking to see a person with 30% last 3 turns on 2 different card types. That's a little shocking.
Well, it gives him a special buff on those. Which I think the Buster one's really nice, but the quick one might not jive too well.
It's not that great.
Yeah. He does have a 4-hit quick, though.
Is he below Atalante?
I think he's below Atalante. I do think he's probably better than Valkyrie.
That's a solid unit right there.
Solid boy. Solid boy. Welfare. Nago Kagatori. Tora. Alright. For 1 turn, increase arts absorption and increase arts performance by 30%. For 1 turn again, grant evasion 1 turn. NP Gen 1 turn, 30%. Grant the party 20% attack, 20% crit, and 20% star gen rate for 3 turns. She's a welfare. She's automatically NP5. has 8 hits on her arts MP, and removes offensive buffs after attacking. She has a 4-hit art with a 0.45 NP gain, and a 5-hit quick. 2 buster cards. Now, those first 2 skills were making me think of Li Shuwen.
I was literally about to say I think she's a better Li Shuwen.
But I think that pushes her up into being... She's pretty solid, honestly. She's pretty much a Lancer of Yagyu. But maybe a little bit lower.
I think she's above Med B. What do you think?
Definitely above Med B. She does
Better
have,
than Elizabeth,
she
though.
does have hard survivability. It's only...
Those one-turn buffs, though, bruh. You know?
It's only tied to the MP gen buff.
And the crit star absorb and the arts up.
That's good, though. It's not bad. And her last skill really carries her pretty high.
It's not that good.
Don't forget she's MP5 automatically. I'd say if you don't put her up here, then Yagyu probably doesn't deserve to be up here.
I feel like Yagyu is just fit better to do it. That's what I think. Like, I can't imagine. Doesn't he... What does Yagyu do on his NP?
That's a good question. Let's go see. XQC.
He does absolutely nothing.
Ah, yes. Okay.
It's slightly better than hers, but she's got max MP. So it's not.
I think she's right behind him.
Let me look. Let me look.
She's definitely looping. And that 8-hit arts is very noticeable, even though it's single target.
I don't know if I'd say she's better than Gawain. What do you think? What do you think?
That's fair.
I say she's better than Kintoki, but better than Gawain?
No, that's fine. Well, I mean, she is
'Cause
MP5.
that evade carries hard. Looking at the list, it carries her hard.
Well, everybody who has an evade gets carried hard by it.
Is she above Gawain?
I just think she's doing more damage. Plus, she's MP5.
How many how many cards does she got? What's her card type?
She's arts.
Double arts. Double queer.
4 hits. 0.45 MP gen modifier. She does have a very notable quick card that has 5 hits.
I guess we could put her above Gawain.
10-4. Done. Alright. Oh, I thought it was Hokusai next. I was like, oh shit. Oh, suck.
Straight trash.
Osaka Bihime. For 3 attacks, 3 turns, 50% crit damage. For 1 attack, for 1 turn, grants evasion. Puts taunt on an enemy for 3 turns. Increases the party's attack by 20% 3 turns. Grants party ignore evasion for 3 turns. Increases arch performance by 3 turns. Increases own buster performance by 3 turns by 30%. She does have fortification construction, arch performance 8%. Oh, she is triple arts.
She is a terrible support.
She's a support?
Nah.
How do you notice?
I don't know if it's. I don't think it's E tier though. I don't.
I don't know either.
Below Mordred? What are you thinking? She goes higher than Mordred? I kind of stopped thinking that she moved up when I get to her.
Yeah, I think she's right behind Mordred. Damn, if we decided to put extra, like, D- as D+, this would be the tier list. There's so many people with just large gaps. They're just straight up stopping people in. Wait, Archer version. Where is the Archer version?
This is pretty much how it went with, you know, the 0 to 3 stars.
Well, I mean, I felt like those were way more clearly defined. Where the hell?
There were a lot less. There were a lot less of them shapes. Did you forget her? She's top right, bro.
Top right. Oh shit.
You said below Mordred, so.
Rolled up. Give me a sec.
Look at all those summer servants. Horrible.
Mostly. Yeah, I don't know. I think the summer after this one is where they start getting crazy, regardless of star.
Well, they came out with Hokusai in this one, so. Look
I'm
at
talking
her.
about after this one. Alright. Or it might be this one, because there's somebody right there. But let's continue. Carmilla. Carmilla Ryder. A worse version of her younger Ryder. But we'll continue. Inflict skill seal. If the enemy takes a critical hit, it adds the bonus of a 50% defense down. Drop 15 stars. Alright. Set buff. Delayed debuff for 1 turn for 1 enemy. Reduces an enemy's MP gauge after 1 turn. Then charges the party's MP gauge by 20%. And reduces the enemy's critical attack chance by 30. It's not a bad skill, but it's not immediate, and it kind of sucks. Mistress C EX absorbs all enemies' HP without killing, up to 2,000. And then heals for the amount she absorbs, so 6k heal if there's all enemies on field, and then reduces their defense by 30% for 3 turns. Unupgraded MP. 4 hit quick. Inflict buff block status 1 time for 3 turns. And reduce their quick resistance by 3 turns. By 20% for 3 turns.
It's pretty obvious something she's missing. I don't even know if we have to call it out at this point.
Yeah, I'm just not even gonna bother saying it.
I think she goes below Mordred.
Is Mordred the gain? If you just don't have survivability, you're just gonna be stuck right there.
Probably. And then anyone without survivability has, like, a special damage type, or they'd have something they're good at.
Yep.
So we put her below Mordred?
Yep.
Is Osaka Bihime better than Caster Marie?
Wait, where are we at? Yeah.
You think so?
He's done more damage. He's definitely supporting the party more than Marie should be supporting the party. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Alright.
Okay, well.
On to this psychopath. Coach.
Let's see if she holds up.
Hokusai. Alright. One turn. On a turn, she can drop 20 stars and get 20% MP gauge. 5-turn cooldown. Second skill. Increase star absorption for 3 turns. Grant gut status 1 time for 3 turns. Increases arts performance by 30% for 3 turns. When attacking with an arts buff and getting a critical strike, she increases her crit damage by 20%. NP's unupgraded, but it's auto maxed to MP5, which basically makes it MP4 upgraded. 8 hits on an arts MP single target and increases MP damage activating before turn by 30%.
I don't even think we have to discuss that she's better than Lancelot.
No, we don't.
But how far up are we gonna go?
She is like an arts Diamond.
Better than Lakshmi.
I think she's
Better than Tomoe.
I think she's shooting past everybody.
I think she's better than Fujino. Better than Anne, though?
Yes, I think she's better than Anne. But I think that might be where she stops.
Better than Neza. She's super solid, bruh.
She's super solid, but so are the ones in front of her, but they also have a special damage mod. But she is MP5, there is that. But I don't think it's enough to get past them.
But that 8-hit arts, though.
I know it's nice and she's a waifu, but we can't.
Not better than Neza, you think?
No, I think that's her cutoff point. As much as I wanted to be higher, but...
Do you think Neza's better than Chiome?
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Okay. I think she's better than Chiome. I think Hokusai's better than Chiome. But now that I look at it, does Chiome go below Anne?
No.
Really?
No. Chiome is applying her own damage buff over multiple.
I think Neza goes above Beowulf.
Yeah, that's fine. No,
I don't know if I could say she's better than Gilgamesh, though.
Gilgamesh is sporting way better than she's attacking.
Yeah. Alter Ego! Alter Ego, James! Alter Ego! I think she was Giga correct.
Oh wait,
But we were only looking at alter egos.
I know it says she's an alter ego, but she's a Lancer.
Oh. I think we had her at the top.
Yeah, she was.
Maybe.
I think she was right there with Pravati.
Skill.
Now you might think this is bad, but this buff...
4-turn cooldown.
Yes, and it lasts for 5 turns. 20% for 5 turns. You can double stack this buff. And on turn 4. Alright. Second skill. Grant invincibility 1 turn. Increase buff removal resistance for 1 turn by 100%. 100% chance to grant waterside battlefield buff. Which means it turns the battlefield into water. Anybody that has a buff that benefits from this, like Martha or Nero, will get their buffs while this is active, including her own. Absorbs party's MP gauge. High cost, but this is one of the few MPs that charge 60% if fully utilized. Increases crit star absorption and increases attack by 50% for 1 turn. She has Riding C, Independent Action EX. Unupgraded MP, but if on waterside battlefield, removes evasion, does not pierce invasion, completely removes the evasion buff, and deals defense ignoring damage, and afterwards drops 20 stars.
I think she's below Ishtar.
Whoa! Why is she so low?
I'm just looking at everyone above her.
I know she's got a pretty big demerit on the last skill, but it solidifies her parole.
It's not really a demerit. But, I mean, it's kind of random how much percentage you're really going to get, you know?
It could be random, but
It's pretty random.
she's still just got so much going for her. She's got the hard survivability. She removes evasion. I know that's not invul, but she removes the evasion. And deals defense ignoring damage. Drops 20 stars after.
She's solid.
She's an art servant. She's pretty much doing something every turn.
I don't think she's better than Ishtar.
Space Ishtar? I mean, Rider Ishtar?
I don't think so.
I just think she's significantly better.
Like, I started at B, went all the way up, saw Space Ishtar, Rider Ishtar, and I couldn't
Well,
go
no
past
way
her.
we could put her below per body.
We could just move Parvati below her. I'm fine with that.
Do we do that or move Ishtar up?
I think we swap Ishtar and Helena, move Parvati in front of Chiron, and then put Melt in front of Parvati. Thoughts? Do you think she goes above Helena?
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
What did you say do with Karen?
I just said you put Parvati in front of Chiron.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to move Chiron?
No, I thought you said move him like in front of like Helena or something.
Like, the farther we get on this tier list, I'm seeing Parvati's, you know, not exactly.
No,
No.
he's not really holding up. But Lancelot, that.
Lancelot is saved so hard by all of his stuff is 3 turns. It's so good.
It's very high damage. I would probably agree that pretty much you can be in B tier, but if you don't have a survival skill, you're pretty much just worse than everybody before you. Unless you're exceptional.
Yeah, if you have survival, you're guaranteed, like, kind of D and above.
Like,
You're
pretty much
guaranteed
being
not
better
to be
than
an E.
everybody in your tier, pretty much. Like, you could have shit abilities, but if you got a survival, you pretty much.
You get out of E. Well, that brings us to this specimen.
Ooh, B. Ooh, wee.
This might be the exception where they are E.
Yeah. I will point out, because it's extremely notable, she has 0.92 NP gen with 3-hit arts and a 5-hit quick. Very noticeable. Alright. Increase critical draw, 1 turn. Increase critical damage, 100%. Move only one of your latest defense buffs. So it's only one, but depending on which one's on top, you may be screwed.
4-turn cooldown.
Yeah, it does have 4 turn. Second skill, grant evasion 1 turn. Pierce evasion 1 turn. MP damage 20% for 3 turns. Last skill, M Drive EX. Increases own quick performance by 50% for 3 turns. Unfortunately, reduces own defense by 20% every turn for 3 turns. Starting with a 10% on turn 1. So this buff will end up being a 50% debuff demerit.
So hold on. This is treated as a buff? So then doesn't her first skill remove that? Or is it not a defensive buff?
See, that's where I was fuzzy on, because I don't know. And if I
Are we treating it like that? It doesn't specify defense. It doesn't specify on the defensive buffs. Do we have to assume that it cancels it out, or?
I'm assuming that it doesn't.
I mean, even if we don't, there's the NP. You can just get to the NP.
Yeah. You know what? We'll give her the benefit. I'll say it does. I'll just say it does. Now, I will note that she has a very special buff. A very special buff of existence outside the domain. She's one of the few outside the foreigner class to have this. It grants 2 crit stars every turn. Unupgraded MP. Deals damage to all enemies. 3 hit quick. Removes their defensive buffs after attacking. 60% chance to stun self for 1 turn. Demerit. Reduces their defense by 30%.
Why didn't they just give her a debuff immunity?
I just think she's the best in E. Like, if you don't get stunned, she could probably go behind her. But if you don't get stunned, you're doing a lot of stuff. You're doing a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, I think having top of E's, yeah, it's where it belongs. You're actually just hurting yourself by putting her on the team.
Yeah. But if she does pop off,
If you get lucky.
you will be using the MP a lot. There's that. You will definitely be using that a lot. And she's got insane hit counts on her quick cards. Like,
No, we don't bring it up, but look at her Bonsi.
what is her boss? Crit
It's
performance.
pretty goofy.
It reduces it by 10%. Why? I think that's the only one of the few double buffs that has like 50% though. That isn't like some of the other people we know. Alright.
Calamity Chain!
Woo! How close are we? Oh, pretty close.
Come on, no!
Come on. Alright.
Jody Biden!
Let's see here. First skill. Reduce the enemy's attack by 10% for 3 turns. And reduce their critical chance by 19% for 3 turns. Fairly awful
Pretty
skill.
trash.
Second skill. Reduce all enemies' MP gauge by 1. Increase own attack by 20% for 3 turns. 80% chance to increase the party's attack, except for self, by 3 turns by 20%. Charges party's MP gauge by 10%. Final skill. The paragraph kill myself reading thing. Alright. This will grant at base an ally buff success rate of 40% for 3 turns. If you have 10 crit stars, increases your crit damage by 40% for 3 turns. If you have 20 crit stars, increases their star absorption for 3 turns. If you have 30 stars, grants evasion for 1 turn. If you have 40 stars, grants pierce invincibility 3 turns. If you have 50 stars, charges their MP gauge by 20%. This does not consume the stars. You only have to have that amount of stars for the buffs to activate.
Mm-hmm.
Riding, A. 10% quick. Independent action, A. 11% crit. Unupgraded MP. Alright. Activating first. No, wait, the NP is 5 hits and it's quick. Activating first. Ignores evasion, 1 turn. Reduces defense by 10% and quick resistance by 10% for 2 turns. Deals damage to 1 enemy. What are we thinking? I'm thinking somewhere.
Gotta be honest.
What?
The farthest I could get was putting her below Nobunaga.
Let me think about it. Okay. I think she's better than Shootin'.
Really?
Yes.
But those first 2 skills, man.
They're not anything to write home about. But
All you're getting is a 10% gauge. That's it.
They are all supporting. They're all supporting. I think she's doing a better job at supporting than Shootin' is doing damage. Maybe? Wait, Shootin's MP5. I think she's just above Nobunaga then.
He's pretty bad.
Now, you've got a crit team going, and after the changes to quick recently, she's definitely better than she was before. Because otherwise, I'd say she's at the bottom of D somewhere.
I mean, I think her NP is kind of what saves her from being placed so low. Because it's kind of unique.
True.
Not great.
Alright. Santa Nightingale. This one is an interesting sport. Alright. Assault Medicine. Our first skill. Remove 1 latest buff from all enemies. Remove 1 latest debuff from the party. Recovers party's HP by 3k. Second skill. Grant an ally 1 time guts for 3 turns. Increases their buff removal resistance by 100% for 3 turns. Gives them 30% MP damage for 3 turns. Last skill. Increases the party's attack by 20% for 3 turns and their crit damage by 30% for 3 turns. Madness Enhancement EX. Independent action A+. Unupgraded MP, but automatically MP5. Removes all enemy defensive buffs, but demerit removes their element buffs, which includes poison, burn, and curse. Negligible. It is a 6-hit quick AoE. And reduce the enemy's defense by 10. What do we think? Somewhere up here. That's what I'm thinking.
Hiding. She's definitely above Sieg. Above Kintoki. Above Gawain. Above Nagao.
I don't think she's above Estrella.
Above Yagyu?
I think she's above Yagi, but Estrella is a hard cutoff for her.
I still think it's weird having Foreigner above, Australia.
I don't. Well, Oh. You know what? I think you're right.
What is so special about her anyway that she's up there that high?
Who?
Foreigner.
Well, she's got a hard survivability. She's got a ton of attack buffs. That 200% special damage modifier to sabers, which is just sabers, not saber servants. Sabers, all sabers.
And she doesn't do that much damage. I mean, her stats are not great.
And she has piercing bull.
Threat to humanity is not that big.
We're gonna finish first. I think she's perfect where she's at. We'll talk about it later.
I don't know. I think Australia is better.
I think Australia's better too. I'll put her above her.
But I think Nightingale's better than Foreigner.
I don't. I think it's a hard cutoff for her. Nightingale's a good support, but I don't think she's better than that.
I guess we can move on from there.
Oh.
Look, we're in this year, James. We're in this year.
Cenis. Cenis.
I think you mean Canis.
I think you mean CD's nuts.
These nuts.
40% attack for 2 turns.
Interesting.
Upgraded. Halberd of Usurpation. Grant on attack buff for 3 attacks for 3 turns when attacking with a normal attack. Activating first before the attack does damage. Inflict 10% attack down to the enemy and gain 20% attack. So this will apply before the damage, and this stacks up to 60%. Gain critical stars every turn for 3 turns, 15 stars every turn. Charges MP gauge by 20. Affection of the Sea God. 3,000 damage cut for 3 attacks, massive, and apply Guts 1 time for 3 turns. She has Madness and Hexment EX and Sea Goddess Essence, which increases art performance by 8%. She is mainly a buster and quick servant.
Imagine if she had Buster up. Imagine.
It would be pretty good. Alright. NP, AoE, activating first, not that it matters, increases critical damage by 50%. Activating first, which does matter, NP damage 10%. Deal damage to all enemies. I think she's just a Berserker and a Lancer form.
I think she's above Gorgon.
Think she's above Gorgon?
I think she's above Gorgon.
You think? She's getting some massive attack buffs. So she's in B. In my opinion.
No, I'm saying above Gorgon.
No, I don't think she's the best to see. I say...
I really want to move Siegfried down so badly.
Nah, I guess it's bonus points.
Bro.
He's not really there as a gate. He's just there because he invalidates 5-star. Like, completely. Like, and utterly. Like, there's no competition. And he's even AoE and he's invalidating a single target. That's hilarious. So we judge people based on Suzuka. And I think she's better than Suzuka.
I think she's better than Nero.
I think she's better.
That's Summer Canis.
The Summer Canis.
Yeah.
Maybe pointed that out. Where's the regular one? forget there's even a summer Canis.
Hmm.
Alright, where was she? I think she's
Above gray, but I think that's about as far as I can go.
yeah, I think that's the cutoff. She's bursting for 3 turns pretty high, but after that it's kinda
Meh. Yo.
What does this remind you of? What does this remind you of? Miracle? Miracle? Mobies? Kill yourself.
Okay. Look at this filth. Disgusting.
FGO Koyo, owner of the 7 branch sword. One of my favorites. 30% defense for 3 turns. Absorb stars, 1 turn. Quick and buster performance, 3 turns for 30%. Those only apply to her, but the overcharge is targetable by 1 stage, 1 time, 3 turns to any ally. Last skill, recover party's HP, remove 1 latest debuff from the party, and grant insta-kill immunity for 3 turns to the party. That is a unique skill. There's not many people who do that. Inflict Burn, unstackable with 500 damage for 3 turns to self. Activates first. She has a Buster MP with 10 hits. Activating first, she also does 20% attack. I'm thinking no hard survivability, Berserker.
I feel like you could put her above Carmilla Rider. What are you thinking?
That's a little high, don't you think?
I was thinking that, but then she's giving herself attack up, buster up, quick up. She's at least able to clear debuffs before she dies. She can do something.
Yeah, but what's the quick up? Why does she have that? She's got 3 Buster cards.
I mean, at least they last 3 turns, and they're 30%.
I would just rather use Vlad.
And then you can overcharge another ally's NB. You can do that.
So you're arguing the support side more.
Pretty much, because she's a terrible
Berserker.
yeah.
First
I feel like that better than Carmilla Rider.
You need to overcharge an ally. The only person I think on here that even does that is Edison. And honestly, the more I look at Edison, the more I think he needs to go up a tier.
Plus,
Where's she at?
but I'd stick her above Carmilla.
Above Carmilla.
Yeah. I don't think she gets above Mordred though.
Alright.
You didn't move Tom. You didn't move Edison, bro.
Oh, you agreed to that?
Yeah, to the bottom of A+.
Yeah, he's just crazy. Like, the things he does is so unique, too. It's just like, you just can't help but notice them. Alright.
Doesn't Utsumi suck?
I don't know. I think she's actually fairly nice.
I remember being forced to use her during the trash event.
I think people say she sucked because she can't loop, because she has the same problem in Nitocris, where she kills the enemies before applying damage. But that's a looping thing. That's like, shut up and stop complaining, like, for real. Alright. I think she's pretty nice, but we'll get into it. 30% arts for 3 turns. Evasion for 2 attacks. 3 turns. Ignore evasion 1 turn. And increase star absorption for that 1 turn. That has a a 4-turn cooldown. Last skill. I'm not even going to mention that top part. Crit damage, 30% for 3 turns. Special damage against all servant class enemies by 30% for 3 turns.
Look at that passive, bro. I didn't even notice that. It's kind of like Muramasa.
Oh, it is.
She's got her own little special thing against undead. I didn't even know.
Pretty cool. Alright. Automatically level 5 NP. If upgraded, it would be like a level 4. Deals damage to all enemies. After attacking, remove their defensive buffs. Has 3 hits. I think she's solid.
Yes. I'm moving up the tier list right now, trying to figure it out. Top of C?
Top of C?
Top of C?
Above Naga Yagatora? I mean,
Oh yeah, easily.
really? I
Easily.
can see that. I can see that. Better than Estrella.
Yeah.
Better than... Is she just the top of C?
That's what I said.
Okay.
I'm thinking, does she go up because of the 2-hit evade? But I don't know. I still think Gorgon's a little high.
No, I think Gorgon's fine. She's doing massive damage and has at least 1 survival skill. And the stun's just kind of... It's not bad. It's fairly nice.
Do we think she moves up to B though, or is she just stuck at C?
I think she goes to B. This servant thing's pretty broad. That applies to a lot of bosses and major enemies in the game.
Above Ushi?
I'm thinking she's above.
Above Gray?
Not
I don't think
above-
she's better than
no,
Canis.
No, she's not. She's not better than Canis. Alright. Oh. Hold up.
Successor to Miyu? Pre-buff?
I think I might need to turn that propane on. Kind of getting...
It is getting colder out there.
It's getting kind of weird. I think I'm passing.
Come on, no! Use a Red Hawk, James, to get warm. Lol. Did your propane run out? James. James.
I killed him.
Everything
You did
is
it.
very fuzzy. I think I'm gonna
Die.
inhale more propane. Woo! Alright. Where we at? Ilya. Archer. Now, one of my favorites, so we're gonna go through everything. Woo!
Except she's trash.
Kill yourself.
One look, one look, one look.
0.63% NP gain modifier. 4 hits on the quick, 3 on the arts. Has 2 arts and 2 quicks, 1 buster. First skill, high pressure. Increases quick performance by 20% for 3 turns and increases quick card absorption by 1 turn. Increases crit damage for 1 turn by 100%. Second skill, invincibility for 1 attack for 3 turns. Increases MP generation rate for 3 turns by 30%. Child servants get 20% extra damage. This is not a servant that is a child is a servant that is viewed as a child by Ilya. So this is the list right here. That's why you see Asterios, and I think there's some other ones in here. They even have to be in certain stages to receive this buff.
Not great.
Not great.
But I mean, obviously, you just run her with Kiliad people, so like.
Yeah, but the buff does apply to herself, so it's 20% attack for her. 30% NP gauge increases crit damage by 50% for 3 turns. 70% chance to recover HP by 500 every turn for 5 turns. Infinite mana supply C. NP gauge every turn for 3 turns. Independent action B. Critical damage by 8%. Unupgraded NP, but applying before damage, ignore evasion, and increases all card buff types, including the quick, before activating by 10%. It is a quick MP with 5 hits and does 600 damage. Alright. What are we thinking? I think she's
Not in E. She's not in D. Where are we gonna put her in? Does she make it out of C though? I'm not so sure about that one.
It's going to directly compare her to Gorgon. And I don't think she gets past Gorgon.
Okay, she's not making it past any of the people right below her. Need to hold up.
She's not passing him. I think she's like up here.
She's not that high up. Let's start. Let's start at the bottom, bro.
Where do you want to put her?
I'm going up the list. She's better than Sinnoh, Rama, Mecha, Medb.
Don't stop at the Elizabeth. She's definitely better than that.
Better than Elizabeth. Better than Ibaraki. Better than Passion. Better than you. Better than BB. Better than Sieg. Better than Kintoki though?
Yes.
NP5?
Yes. She's got hard survival.
Better than Gawain. I don't know if she's better than that gal.
I think you could be wrong.
I don't know why she has, HP every turn on a chance. Like, she needed that 70%, bro. Why?
It's just to drive home the people that buff Ilya skills. It's like, that's literally it. That's it.
Crit damage is
I would
nice.
like to point out
Absorption.
that this is not called Regal Shower in NA. It's called Legal Shower. Just saying. A little sauce.
Feel like if she was triple quick, I could put her way higher. But I can't.
She does have a 4-hit quick though.
I know.
And it goes into the thing where like you start off with an arts card because it increases all cards after its MP gen.
She only absorbs on quick cards, bro.
That's good though. And that's 100% critical damage on top of her last.
Only
skill
on
ability.
quick cards.
No, the crit damage is like everything.
But I'm saying her absorption. It's not absorption for her, it's only on quick cards. Which sucks considering how much damage she gets from crits.
Alright, now I'm thinking about it. She's below. She's right here. She's definitely better than Yagyu and Nagatoro.
Look at the NP.
I have
Yeah, I can put her above Yagi.
Yep.
Not better than Nightingale.
Not better than who? Though?
Yeah. Not better than Nightingale.
No. Nightingale's free too. So, we done with that one?
Yes.
Alright. Brynhild Berserker. This one's gonna be surprising.
Did you get her?
No. Oh wait, yeah I did.
Nah.
God dang. I think this got some.
You watched me summon for this. That is all I wanted. And what did I get, James? Oh, I got MP3 Ilya.
Anybody I wanted. Well, except for Ilya, but I forced that one. Hundreds of dollars. Alright.
That was such shaft.
Alright, let's look at these crack skills. For 2 attacks, for 3 turns, 2 hit evasion. And then farther reduces 3 attacks afterwards by 1,000. Charges MP gauge by 20% for 3 turns.
So
Gains 10
good.
stars every turn for 3 turns. Final skill. Increases own arts and buster performance by 3 turns by 30% for each, respectively. Increases arts performance and buster performance of Brynhilder's beloved. So let's look at how big this lift is.
It's like, it's all males.
It's pretty much all warriors.
I feel like it's all males.
It's mostly males, but most of the males are warriors, so. Alright. Like, yeah, there's some females down here. Alright. So there's that. It's noticeable. That's like, what, 30 servants? Or, I'd say about 50. Alright. The main thing is you would do it for herself. Activating first. Ignore invincible and activating first. Another 20% buster. 5 hits. AoE. Now, I'm thinking...
A tier?
Yes, immediately. But
How far on A tier? I could put her at the top. I could put her in A+.
That's what I was thinking. She probably just goes A+.
I could put her above Edison. Above Anne.
I could see her above Edison, but not Anne.
Oh, she's above Anne, bro. The damage this is... Ignores invincibility too. More buster up on NP. Oh my. She's got it all.
She's good.
And you're actually living to get the full NP gauge that she's giving herself because of her evade.
Yeah, that ends up being 60% after the 3 turns.
I think we could put her at the top of A+. I think that's what we can do, James.
Do you think so?
I think we could put her at the top of A+.
I think you've convinced me. I think I agree.
What were they thinking when they made this, bro? So good.
Consort you, Lancer. Alright. Grants guts 1 time for 5 turns. Respectively for each of these buffs, it'll be 20% if waterside battlefield, another 20%. If sunlight battlefield, another 20% for 3 turns. So if
What, you can get 60?
you can get up to 60, yes. But mostly I would depend on getting 40. Charges 1 ally's MP gauge. Draws all attacks to self for 1 turn. And charges the MP gauge by 20%. Final skill. Quick performance for self, 3 turns. Party's critical damage, 50% for 3 turns. MP, automatically NP 5. Deal special 150% damage to male enemies. instantly making her better than Penthesilea. Yes. Alright.
Yeah, she gets out of D. I think she moves up.
She does have the hard survival. Did I forget? Am I retarded or actually blind?
What?
I just not being able to see them. I'm being able to see them less now that they're in the lower thing, which is weird.
I feel like she goes above Gawain. But I don't know if she goes further than
She
that.
get past Medusa? She does have a special
Yeah.
bonus on. Okay. What is up with that, Janky?
I'm saying if she goes above above Nagao or not. I don't think so. I think she stays there, but
Yeah, they're both welfares, and Nagao's just generally better, in my opinion. Generally.
the target itself, with the guts, it kind of works, but I don't really know too much why you'd want that. Kind of seems like a shaft, but
Wait, was the first skill targetable? Am I retarded?
no.
Alright. Onward.
Yeah.
To my week. Oh my god, I'm getting so fucking tired.
Die.
We're
Go drink a Monster.
We're finishing the list tonight.
Yeah, I know we are.
Whether I need to take a break, though, might be on another side.
Don't worry, we can just play League while we take a break.
You're hilarious. I'm not talking about that kind of break. Alright. For one time, 3 turns. Guts. Crit damage 100% for 3 turns. Grants Nighthawk delayed debuff for 3 turns. Treated buff. Stunned after 3 turns. Ooh. Star. Arts performance 30% and absorbs stars to arts cards. Survival countryside. The third skill. Gain 25 stars. 10 critical stars every turn for 3 turns. Debuff immunity 1 time for 5 turns.
That's so funny.
What? She is negating her first buff.
No, that's treated as a buff, bruh.
Yeah, but the stun's not. The time buffed is, but the stun is treated as regular. So she can block the stun.
True, but it's 1 time.
Yes. But it's there. Alright. Interesting and B. 3-hit arts. AoE. Increases arts and buster performance before attacking by 20%. And then deals burn damage. What are we thinking?
I'm moving up the list. Hold up. She's out of E. In D tier, though. What are we thinking?
Wait, did she have a guts or am I retarded?
Yeah, she had a guts.
Okay.
Below Nidocris? What are you thinking? Should we go higher?
I'm thinking she's right behind Medusa.
You think she's better than Penthesilea?
Yes. Like I've said before, Penthesilea has no survival.
Yeah, but at that point, she's going all in on offense. below Medusa. Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think she gets.
I think she's better than Medusa.
No. Another comparison. Is she better than Rama? Is she better than Queen Meb?
Queen Meb as a support? No.
Alright, then she stays there.
I can see her being better than Steno. But you already know I don't like Steno.
I know what you think. I know.
I don't think Steno belongs there.
I know. Alright. Chance to steal one enemy's immune. Wait.
Well, you're just blasting through?
Oh yeah, we're on Murasaki Shikaboo. Let's look at the sprites. What? Why? Why is she a magical girl here? What's going on? Why is she crippled? Alright. Nope. Too far. First
I wonder why she has writing.
Well, that one's actually no.
Yeah. What is she? A writer.
Yeah.
Double quick, double arts. The hits on that are not bad. I mean,
Nah, not at all. She's good. Let's get into them skills. Still MP for one turn and reduce their defense by 30. Reduce enemies debuff. That's pointless. Steal skills for one turn. Reduce their arch resistance by 30%. Again, for one turn.
meh.
Charges own MP gauge every turn for 3 turns by 20%. Gain critical stars 20 for that turn. Has a 5-turn cooldown.
She got a buffed NP?
Yes. Deal damage to a single enemy. 3 hit. If the enemy is Earth attribute, which is, like I said, more than 1/3 of the game, is 150% extra damage. And after attacking, reduces their arch resistance by 20%.
Above Carmilla Rider?
Where's Carmilla Rider?
Next to Osaka Beam.
Yes.
That looks good to you?
Honestly, it looks perfect.
Because Mordred's being perfect at D, honestly.
Yes, she is. She's perfection. Ooh,
Honestly, hear me out.
God.
I know you like joked about it earlier, but do we need a D- tier?
No.
I would put everyone below Mordred into D-. I'd be okay with that.
We've already committed to it. People know why they're there. Like, if we did that, we would have to do a D-, D+, C+, C+, all that stuff. Like, it's fine.
I don't know. I feel like that's just a specific. I mean, I feel like
there's like very clear borders. Like, right here, anybody past Gawain is like C+. Down here, anybody below.
I feel like. Hear me out, James. I know I said no earlier.
What?
I think we need to add pluses because the 4 stars are so big. Like we're just now seeing the size. I think we should do it.
Make us have to revamp the whole thing, bro. Are you positive?
No, it's not. We've had gates in the middle of it this whole time.
Let's finish. We're very close. Look at how many's down there. There's like
That's a lot, James.
There's like 30. Let's finish.
That's a lot.
We're super close, right, bro? We're super.
We're not. Stop. Don't gaslight yourself. Don't gaslight yourself.
I don't want to do it.
Let's just get. Let's get it out of the way, James. Let's get it out of the way. Just Add a D. Add a D minus.
No.
No, let's add a D plus. Let's add a D plus. There we go. And we'll just put everyone. We'll just put
Whoa.
everyone above Mordred in D plus.
Hey, I'm actually getting lightheaded. Hold up. Calm down.
Let's do it.
Just stop talking for a second.
Bruh, y'all talking about doing C minus, C plus, D minus?
Yes.
They're so massive.
There's so many, Adrian.
There's just so many. And there's so many giant gaps inside of the tiers. Like, God,
We gotta do it.
Adrian, convince us not to, bruh. Say something.
We have to do it.
Alright, if you if you pretty much do like a more detailed tier list, you won't have to do it again anytime soon.
He's right.
Commit.
Think about it, James. It'll be so much easier for us to rank the next time we do this.
And plus, it's more bro time, so there you go.
I gotta take a break. If we're gonna do that, I gotta take a break right now. I'll be back.
Go masturbate. Go
I'm gonna go
masturbate.
eat some food.
So,
jerk
are we
off.
agreeing that we're having pluses?
If we have pluses, we might as well do minuses.
Really?
I'm fine with doing the pluses and minuses, like straight
I
up.
can do a plus, but a minus?
I think so. Might as well fully go in. And I can see the pluses and minuses, especially in D tier right here. That one's pretty obvious. I can see it in C tier.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
You're making it? Are you just gonna remake the whole thing?
No, like, look.
What's it? Watch stream. Oh.
Like, this whole time, this whole time I just...
right behind me the whole time?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. I'm gonna let you do that. I'll be back. Oh. My ass cheeks. I can feel
Just
it.
have your phone so we can talk.
Oh, wait, you want me to get on my phone's dead. I'm
Yeah.
not going to lay down. I'm going to do something over the other trailer.
Alright, well, don't take too long now.
I'll take as long as I fucking want to. So we're about to lose.
Die.
We're about to lose our damn minds tonight.
Good. Adrian, do you think there's any point in having a E minus or plus?
I don't think. I was gonna say I don't think we really need to care. About
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think there is.
Well, we could. I would. Shit.
I mean, we can move people out of E into D minus if that's what you want to do.
If we do it for the other tiers, we might as well do the plus and minus. The only one I say we should not do that for is the EX tier. That one's just.
EX minus. That's funny.
Yeah. Oh shit. I shit myself. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh my god.
Oh. This fucking high on life game is making me. Oh god. It's fucking interesting. Oh.
Didn't that just come out?
Yeah, it just came out. It's on Game Pass, so it's fucking awesome. God, though, it's so fucking funny. It's killing me, honestly. Like, there's this fucking psychotic knife. This dude tells you, hey, go bring my knife back. This bitch has it. Go kill her. And I think she has a bounty on her head, so you go kill this bitch. And then this knife's like, did Gene send you? He's like, let's go see Gene. Stab him in the fucking stomach. And I'm like, all right, fuck yeah. Like, this dude just told me to stab Gene in the stomach, so I'm gonna go stab him in the stomach. I stab Gene in the stomach. He's like, what the fuck? You doesn't do everything this knife tells you to do? I'm like, yeah. Like, it's a talking knife. Why the fuck else wouldn't I listen to it?
Is it a story game?
Yeah, it's a story game. It's like, creators of Rick and Morty making a game, Lord. The world feels complete now.
Is it VR?
Oh, jeez, imagine if it was VR. I don't think so. So far, I know it's on Xbox and probably PC. It's probably meant to be played on PC though. Every time you go into a new area, it like takes like 5 seconds to load. Oh.
Hmm.
James is gonna be a while. I'd go get something to eat yourself.
I might. I'm just adding in the tiers right now because this is gonna be painful.
Oh yeah. I'm so fucking sore. It hurts so much. I'm gonna take a break from the game though. See if there's anything else.
Hmm.
Ooh, I need to play through Brutal Legend. I remember watching James play that.
What is that?
Huh?
What is that?
Brutal Legend?
Yeah.
Oh, Jack Black, isn't it?
Oh, the like Rockstar thing?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's old.
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh yeah, it's an oldie. I think it came out 2009. I like the first couple of times the first couple of years that I knew James, he like saw it on Xbox and fucking freaked out. I was over at his house, and he goes, "Holy shit, I want it so bad," but he didn't have any money at the time, so I bought it for him, and we just sat through and played it. We just sat down, started from start to finish. It was fun. It was, I don't know. It's one of my favorite games for sure.
I think I remember going over to his house like 10, 15 years ago playing that.
Oh fuck yeah! He played it when he was younger, but he saw it right back on Xbox. It was that was fucking fun.
I remember it being funny.
Oh yeah, it was hilarious. Destroy all humans. Let's see. Seems like an interesting game. Damn, they got a bunch of fucking Doom games on here. Oh, oh god.
Hmm.
Jesus, how many fucking zombie shows are on here?
You see Dead Island 2 is finally coming out?
What?
You see Dead Island 2 is finally coming out?
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to say that again.
Did you see Dead Island 2 is finally coming out?
Dead Island 2 is gonna come out?
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's
Okay,
actually really...
I think it drops in March.
I'm gonna have to replay them now, if that's the case.
It drops at the end of April, actually.
Ooh. Those are very good to hear. I love that fucking game.
You remember, like, 5 years ago when it dropped a trailer? And then just went dead for years?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I know I was very upset with the game for a little bit because on Dead Island Riptide, there's this bug that happens, and if it happens, you're fucked. Pretty much, you know when you're rescuing the survivor, or
Yeah.
whenever you're the zombie, like whenever there's like your base is getting attacked by zombies, and you let the survivors die, it'll pop up survivors like killed, and it'll reset last checkpoint. Well, randomly, you'll die. It'll say survivors were killed. You'll get every status effect of like on you, and pretty much the game just crashes. It's like a soft lock, and you just can't do anything. I couldn't go in my menu. I turned off the game, turned it back on, and every time I loaded back into the game, it just said survivors killed. I wasn't even defending the camp at the time. That's the funny part. I'm just out and about. So I snapped the disc in half and got really upset. But then later, I bought the game digitally, and I never experienced it again. But don't know what the fuck happened. Don't know what I did, but that's what happened. But it only happened on Riptide. It didn't happen to the other one. Oh.
I mean, that sounds horrible.
Oh, it was terrifying too. The sound effect it made when it happened.
Were you deep in the game?
Yeah, it was my first couple times. It was like my first playthrough. No, I think it was my second playthrough as a different character, but I was going like a different route. And yeah, I lost all my content. Obviously, I broke the damn disc. So I wasn't able to play it for years until like later on. I bought it digitally. I got the worst luck when it comes to games. On Halo Infinite, I was playing with this one girl I was talking to before, like I just dumped her ass. I was playing with her and her
Last
brother,
to face the dragon.
and we played for like, it was like a 16-hour session, dude. We were having so much fun. Me and Evan, we still talk a little bit. We were like reminiscing on the good old days of Halo and just having a grand old time. And then we sat down, went to go get something to eat, and then went ahead and called it a night because we were all kind of getting sleepy. Got back on the next day. That shit reverted us back all the way to the first 2 hours of playing. How the fuck it did that? It's an open world game. You know what I'm saying? So like, don't know how the fuck it lost all that progress. I just went ahead and deleted it right as soon as I loaded back in, and I was back on the first sector of the game because there's like multiple sectors or whatever. I just said fuck that shit. I ain't doing that again because I got every little thing, every fucking thing I could get, side content, like all the loot and all that. Oh,
Just lose all motivation. Yep.
You just And then come to find out, that's apparently a very common thing that happened in Halo Infinite. Oh, also, here's a kick in the balls. Whenever we Evan and I first started playing, Hannah wanted to come along. Well, Hannah was, me and Evan continued playing without her at one point, so she was a couple hours behind in the campaign. But whenever in order to play with people, the person, pretty much the lowest level person, or whoever hasn't like actually continued in the campaign the furthest, is the one that it'll pretty much go to where she's at. So we'll lose a bunch of progress. In other words, we'll have to replay it. It's annoying. I don't know why they did it that way. They act as if Halo never had multiplayer before and they're new to it.
So it's kind of like Dark Souls in a weird way.
Yeah, in a weird fucking way. I didn't even think about it that way. Holy shit. But yeah, so that was a fun day's worth of content until I just, lost my shit, because that's just annoying. Like, And to be honest, it didn't really feel right anyways. Like, we had it on heroic, so one below legendary, and holy shit, the grapple is overpowered as hell. You just grab a fucking gravity hammer or an energy sword, and you do bonus melee damage once you max out the grapple and hook, so you're just fucking two-shotting most things. Except for the little mini bosses, but still, you're chunking their health away. And then the shotgun, they completely changed it. It's like it doesn't hit as hard. You remember the fucking pump action shotgun from Halo 1, 2, and 3, and Halo 4 and 5. But now they have it to this semi-automatic one that doesn't even feel like a goddamn shotgun. I don't know. I didn't like it. I know they have to change it up, but they don't have to completely alter everything.
Is it still better than 5?
Everything's better than fucking 5.
That's what I expected.
5 was a disaster. I just remember watching that fucking trailer, thinking of all the theories, watching Halo Follower on YouTube, and then that shit came out. Lord, they somehow managed to make a Master Chief game about someone else. And that was fucking Locke. Fuck that guy. Yeah, it's kind of sad. I played through the Mass Effect and Dragon Age series, and both of those series, the first game was by far, it was so much better than the sequels.
You think Mass Effect 1's better than 2?
Well, no,
You think Mass Effect 1's better than 2?
I think so.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I played through them. I don't like. There was more. I don't know. I just liked it so much more. It was a lot more fun.
I did like the Citadel in the first game a lot. That was really cool. Losing that in the second game is kind of trash. It's a lot more open world in the first game.
Yeah. And then Dragon Age, the first one, though, yeah, sure, it was a little older, and got my heart broken by Morgana, but that was besides the fucking point. I did hate how, in order to, because you played Dragon Age, right?
I have not played Dragon Age.
Oh, you haven't?
Mm-mm.
Okay, well, do you ever plan on playing it?
I don't think so.
Alright, well, so pretty much there's this character, she's a bitch, like, she's just straight up a bitch, and she's all about survivor of the fittest, and you can romance her, and I romanced her. You're just gonna be tough with people and all that, whatever, besides the point. She ends up, actually, the whole time she was using you, and she just wants you to knock her up, because she wants to bear the child of, pretty much, whenever you kill the final boss, the archdemon, his soul will have, if you kill him, someone has to sacrifice their soul to kill him. Well, instead of sacrificing your soul, you can actually use the soul in her fucking tummy, the baby, and transfer that soul into his, and he'll have the power of the Great Warden and the Archdemon, whatever bullshit. But in order to actually finish that romance plotline, because you can never be with her, like, she pretty much just leaves you, you have to get a DLC, and the Game Pass didn't come with DLC. So, like, you pretty much don't get that story resolved. But she's in the third one now, so you kind of get, like, a happy ending of sorts, like a happily ever after. You meet Morgan again and all that shit. But it's a good series. I had fun on it.
Kind of exactly reminds me.
Huh?
It kind of exactly reminds me of like Mass Effect, like you were talking about, where like
because it was made by EA.
You can't even romance half the characters in the first game.
You can only romance 2 characters in the first game, I think.
I think it's 3 characters, but one is the alien blue girl, and it's like gender neutral.
Yeah.
Mass Effect was pretty good. Did you play Andromeda?
Can't think of what her fucking name is. Honestly, my favorite part of the game was like de-escalating this, because like I maxed out my charisma or my charm, whatever the fuck you want to call it, because in any game that's overpowered. Because I know Rex was getting upset about the whole, like, his species was under like mind control of the you know, all that stuff, and he was like pretty much telling you like pick a side, you know, all that stuff, but you had to like calm him down and like reason with him. Like that shit was pretty cool.
It's
You don't see
crazy.
that in games.
I mean, like like being able to lose a crew member like that. If you don't have it up, I mean, whew.
Yeah, no, he's a fucking tank. He's a tanky motherfucker. I had him maxed out right before I beat the game. Holy shit! I gave him all my best shit. Every time I get new weapons, I'd give it to them because as long as I had a sniper rifle, because that's all I used in the game, like I was set. But I felt bad for using that blue bitch. I romanced her right away. I didn't. I need to do a second playthrough or a third one where I romance that one assassin bitch because she's also pretty cool. But I don't know if she ever takes off her helmet. I don't know if I want to see what's under that helmet. That'd be
Uh,
scary.
the ninja hacker girl,
Yeah,
Kotami or something. It's in the
some
third
shit
game,
like that. She looked pretty cool though.
or is it the second game? I think it's the third.
Might be the third one.
Are you able to romance her? She's DLC. I don't think. I'm not sure if you can.
I'm talking about, dude. I don't know. I fucking played all of them in the same fucking week. I got them all mixed up in my head. But either way, she's like in an assassin outfit. She has a helmet on. She's really slim and she's young, but she's
Yeah.
illegal.
Did you do her quest where you like invaded the mansion?
No, actually, I did not.
Oh. Okay.
I need to do that though. Like I do plan on replaying it.
Her mission's really fun.
I know on I just love Dragon Age. I'm playing Dragon Age Inquisition, though it is I just hate that the only reason why these newer games, like the newer, like you got Dragon Age 1, 2, 3, the only reason why the third one gets a lot of love is because it's newer, on a new gen, better graphics, smoother gameplay. Because the first Dragon Age was buggy as fuck, and it was clearly not optimized. There's a lot of bullshit. There were some things that were just really overpowered. Either way, I had a lot of fun because I don't care for graphics and stuff like that. As long as the game runs smoothly, I'm happy. Oh god, it scared me. Oh god.
Right. Now that that's fixed, I guess I will take my snack break, Adrian.
Yes.
Right. It's gonna be funny when James comes back as soon as I leave. Like,
Oh god, another fucking person on Reddit about to kill themselves. Lord have mercy. Tired of seeing that shit. I'm fixing to do it. Fixing to do it.
I thought I saw like 5 people and I was like, who does the Coming over here, bud? Where's Warren? Yeah, stay in there and get warm, buddy. Come on, let's bring that back.
Yo, what up, baby girl?
Oh shit.
There's when they go get a snack,
Hello?
or I told him to go get a snack.
Alright. What has become
And it's
of the
funny
tier
because
list?
he said, I'm gonna go get me a snack now, Adrian, but if I leave and James comes back, I'll pretty much say that as he knows he pretty much just now left, like 3 minutes ago.
Well, I mean, just gotta get a snack. Yeah, their Grace just like drove up out of nowhere. It's like, here's a pizza. Bye. And drove off.
Into the sunset. Yeah, I saw her at McDonald's. I went to order some food, and like once I realized who she was, like she like grabbed my food and was like didn't let go of it. Just gave me like a stink eye. And I was just like, "You're gonna hurt me. You're gonna hurt me.
You're gonna hurt you." She poisoned your food, Adrian. mean, haven't you been feeling funny for the past few days? It only gets worse. Extreme diarrhea. From your mouth.
Huh?
Shit in your mouth. There will be shit in your mouth, Aiden.
If there's gonna come over to your house.
Go ahead.
Nah, I'm kidding.
Dude, you know I'm always down for y'all to come over.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, just too fucking cold though.
I'm playing Destroy All Humans.
Who meant? Another one, baby?
Alright, you back, James? Okay, do you see my screen?
Yeah. Let's do what you've done.
Okay. Do you see the changes I made?
Go up. Or I guess we start from the bottom.
Yeah, I'm saying everyone in the D&D, like where I made the cutoff, like in E tier, here and there.
Your benevolent masters welcome you.
E minus looks pretty accurate. E looks pretty accurate. I see that you've moved some people in E plus around, but I think I'm fine
Who?
with that. Nursery Rhyme and Lily. No,
Oh.
you didn't move them. That was me. That was me.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
Alright. D's
D
pretty
minus.
accurate. D's pretty accurate. Is Vlad out of D minus? Are we thinking about that?
I think so. Barely.
Just barely.
Mm-hmm.
You firmly
Barely.
believe in this.
I mean, I think the ignored invincibles are really like the cool thing. If you want to put them into D minus, I don't care.
Or they can go to D minus.
So it goes to the D minus. Okay, D tier. What do you think? I just made Mordred the cutoff.
That's the thing, though. I think Mordred goes up.
I don't know about that one, bro.
It's fine for now. Let me look above. Scroll up just a
Oh,
tad.
you gotta look at D plus.
Alright. You've only
Is there
done D
anyone?
and below, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anyone that moves to C minus from here, though? Or is there anyone that moves down to D?
There might be a lot moving down to D. I don't know. The D minus, D plus just kind of look fairly normal.
D plus looks pretty jacked. Like it looks janky.
Everybody below Li Shuwen or Marie needs to go down, in my opinion. Or maybe everybody...
Well, what if we just moved them all up?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe they just all need to go up. They're still pretty stacked, though. But that might just be the way it is. Yeah, I think that might just be the way it is. Yeah.
Do you want to make Carmilla the cutoff?
Nah,
Like everyone above her to see?
Nah, I think Marie and the people behind her are pretty good cutoff. Alright. Here we go. Alright, I think...
But for people,
Huh? Go ahead.
I think we might need to move some to D. I think so.
I was thinking that, but I think it might just have to be that way.
Atalante in D tier?
No.
And is she worse than Mordred?
That is a good question. Yes.
Why is shooting so high up?
MP5.
Does she have survivability?
No. But a lot of people in that tier currently have almost no survivability. What do you guys think?
Nobunaga.
I think that might be why we have to. Are we underplaying Mordred and Atalante?
Is Nobunaga below Mordred?
No. I mean,
Does Nobunaga have survivability?
no, but that's why I'm saying I think we just need to move them up.
So, if we move them
think-
up,
There's a massive gap between Kijo Koyo and Mordred and Atalante. It's just massive.
who's on the same, like, trash level?
Is Kojo Kyo? Or who? I'm just gonna straight up say it. If you don't have survivability, I think you just shouldn't be in D+. So I would bring down her, shooting, Queen Sheba.
She doesn't have survivability, right?
No, but she's more of a support.
I think she's worse than those two.
I would put her at the bottom.
Better than Atalante?
I would just put her at the bottom of D+. She's like right on Atalante's heels, which is kind of fun.
Is Shootin better than Nobunaga? They're both welfare.
Yeah, they're both. I think she is. No, you're right. Nobunaga's better. All right. I was gonna say Queen
No
of Sheba,
survivability.
but you think Queen of Sheba stays?
I think her support is okay enough,
Good enough.
but I think Mordred's better.
Mordred's better.
Do you think Atalante's better?
No, I don't. I think she's supporting better than whatever Atalante's doing. I still don't know what Atalante's doing. Hybrid, I guess.
Raiko go down to D.
No,
Where does she go?
right there.
Because I think Mordred's better.
I think Mordred's better.
Mordred's soaring through this list right now.
I think we were underplaying her earlier.
I really think Jane goes at the top of D.
I can see it now.
I don't-
I can see it. Go ahead, put her there.
I think Mordred's better than Quetz. What do you think?
Yes.
Is she better than Lancelot is, like, destroying?
She's not. I think that's a sharp cutoff right there.
Do we think Sheba's doing more, like, support than they are with their crit busters? Or no?
I think she's better than Minamoto.
I feel like Raiko and Quetz are so similar.
Nah, Quits I think is doing just better. Just better enough.
And you think Atalante is still worse than Raiko?
Yes.
Does Atalante go to D+? Is she the gate to D+? I mean, is she the gate to D?
No, she's in D+.
Do you think Jane's better than Nobunaga? I don't like Jane at all.
As a support. Real question is, since she's a support, you probably want to play her. You directly want to compare her to Kyo. And I think
she's better than Kyo. You think Kyo's better?
I do.
Why?
It's so hard. They're like so close.
They're both so bad. That's horrible. You don't think that 10% is enough to keep her above Kyo?
10% to what?
You don't think the 10% is high enough to keep her above Kyo?
Forgot about that. I thought it was just MP. Okay, yeah, she's better than Kyo.
But does that mean she goes below Shuten?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Oh. Now that's fleshed out a bit more.
That looks a whole lot better. My eyes hurt less.
E, I think, is pretty clear. I think we could honestly put... Do you think Santa Alter goes above them, or is it just too old?
I think Santa Ultra's probably just the cutoff. She's the gate there. She's just really just ooh. So bad. So bad.
Bad.
Or
And then,
is that a question? Should we reserve E- for people that are just hurting themselves?
it's just for the lowest of the low. That is, you should never ever run trash.
Alright.
And I feel like E,
You get away with.
why? E plus, I think, is what you can get away with. Barely. Like you're scraping. Like you got some discount options or something. This is... Ugh.
Alright. Back to where we were.
But is everyone in E, you think, good where they
Oh,
are?
I think you did everybody in E perfectly.
Okay. Is the order in E plus okay with you? You
Yeah.
think she goes above nursery or no?
No.
Okay. D minus. Anybody stick out to you?
No. We already been through.
Do you want to put...
didn't we?
Yeah, but now that we've got them laid out like this, you know.
No, I think it looks fine. Like I'm looking at it right now. It just looks perfect. Everything that's D plus.
I think we gotta look at D plus again. But I think D and below is alright. You think Chev really belongs down here?
Yeah, I think she's mid. She's definitely mid. FD. Like, even though there's some other tank options in the game, she's not a bad one. Like, if Georgios didn't exist, I mean, she would probably be one of the best ones. And a certain somebody else, but we're not to him yet.
D plus.
I think that one looks fine too.
Murray is the cutoff? That's what you want?
I know her support's kind of janky, but it works, especially since her high MP gain.
I feel like we could drop Carmilla below Mordred. What do you think?
Yeah.
Below Quetz?
No. I'm looking at Santa Altera there, though.
What do we think?
I think she needs to go below Mordred. Or maybe Mordred just needs to go past everybody.
Mordred at the top of D plus?
Yes. I think she's actually the good cutoff.
I think Lancelot's the second best.
Um,
But, I mean,
I'm fine.
what about everyone here, though?
I think we just move them up. Just move them up. Second best. Marie is definitely the third best in that category. Santa Altera still looks like... I think she needs to go behind Assassin of Shinjuku. That looks fine.
Looks a lot better.
You could make an argument for her to go behind Carmilla, but you might not be even arguing that point, so...
I think it's fine to keep her there. She gets welfare, you know.
Welfare leeway.
Old welfare, but still. And she's permanent, so, you know. Okay, now that we move people out of D into C, we're gonna have some problems. Who moves up to C+? Where's the cutoff? Did we think Gawain was the cutoff?
Yeah, I think we said pretty clearly Gawain was the cutoff.
Okay. So, who do we think moves down to C-?
Everybody below...
Below Med B? Below Elizabeth?
I was thinking the Elizabeths. Everybody below the
Below
Elizabeths.
Oak. Okay. Now from here, who do we think is the best?
Hold up. I think the Elizabeths might need to go down there.
I don't think Elizabeth goes down.
I do.
I feel like they're just right. I really do.
Alright, I'm fine with that. Now, I will argue one point. I think Steno needs to be behind Elizabeth right there. But it's what beyond no, I'm pretty firm. I think she needs to be there.
No.
Yes.
We're going to look through this. We're going to look through C- and determine who is the best on C-. It's not her. No, no, no. Maybe Medusa?
Yeah, it's probably Medusa. The hard survivability is too good. I feel like we did this just to bring all the people with hard survivability up. Oh no.
I mean, I'm glad. I think it's between Lee, Tomoe, and Medusa. Who is the best?
Medusa.
I feel like Tomoe or Lee might be the second best. What do you think?
You sure Nita Cross is the second best?
I don't think Nitocris is second best. I really don't.
Oh, it does exist. I guess it's Tomoe then.
And do you agree having Alicia win as third?
That's where I'm not sure at. I think
I'm looking.
he's four.
Who else has hard survivability?
Nidicrus.
1,
2.
2. Medb didn't, right? No. Okay, Alicia wins better than Rama. Better than Nidocris, though. I feel like Lee's better. I think if Nidocris did like a team-wide debuff clear, she'd be better. But I think Alicia wins better. What do you think? It's kind of funny looking at the tier list you have pulled up, and then this one.
I guess we can reference it to see how drastically it changed.
Like, this is huge.
Massive.
Massive!
Mash has been mashed. Mashed potato.
Okay. So what do you think about Lee as 3?
I'm fine, but Nidicrus goes right behind him. I can't see anybody else in there beating Nidicrus.
Now for 5. Do we boost Rama because of his guts? I don't really want to, but if you think we need to be fair, I'm fine with that.
It's that strong. It's just that good to have a survivability skill. And he does have a niche.
I think Mecha Ellie goes above Medb. What are your thoughts?
I think Pethacilia goes above all of them, but you're probably... No. Meb's surprisingly good support.
Yeah, but they replaced Onion.
That's also true. Alright. Give them the bonus points.
Then we're thinking Panacillia.
I think
And then
Pethacilia
Medb?
is right behind Rama. She's got a really strong Buster niche going on. Buster Grease.
So then what about these 3? I feel like she's the best of the 3. But what do you think?
Yeah. She just put up. Attack buff.
That look good?
Multiple card buffs. Yeah, that's fine. She's fine.
Okay. For C tier.
Did we just do that one?
No, we did C minus.
No, we put people into C plus. That's what it was.
Yeah, we need to do C. People are gonna kill us for seeing Kintoki in C.
Okay.
I just can't accept it. Where's your survivability, bro?
Where's your third skill? Huh?
Where's your 10-hit invincibility, huh? Huh?
Where's your big mecha armor? Why aren't you a Power Ranger?
They shafted him.
Right, like, hearing after the Green Ranger's death and then reading Hyanko, it's like, He straight up just says, "Morphing hero. I'm a morphing hero," and then summons a giant robot. It's got good animation too when he summons it.
Was Hyunko before Lazingle?
Yes, I think so.
Dang. What a shame.
Like, did you see the CG for that?
No.
You've already beat that chapter, haven't you?
No.
You haven't? Are you gonna read it?
No. Probably not.
Okay. It's on my phone. I'm not gonna do it right now.
We just did C minus, right?
Yes, we're on the.
Okay, so we're on C.
Maybe put
Who's the best?
Assassin dude up there. I think Assassin dude might.
You think he's the top of C?
He's either behind C or the top of C.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Alright. I gotta do it.
Kintoki right below?
I want you to see the CG.
Bruh.
It bothers me. Kintoki.
It doesn't matter.
Morphing hero. Oh, they don't have. It's not that easy to find. Yeah, if I can't find it with that search, it's not on there. Alright. Go ahead. I'll find it on my phone.
Okay. What do we think?
I think C's fine.
Do we bring these two up below Kintoki?
No.
Really? Why?
You might be hyping them up too much. I don't think they're that good.
Okay, why is Ibaraki right here?
I thought Ibaraki was pretty good, wasn't she?
I just don't remember.
The Summer Servants are the only ones I struggle with, because if I don't have them, I don't know what they do. Because I know their actual lore and their regular characters, but...
Because she has no survivability.
No survivability.
And she destroys her crit gen. But you can pop your debuff clear to...
What was her MP then? 1.06, 4-hit quick. Ugh.
I think C goes down here. What do you think?
No, Sting's a lot better than that. He's a welfare.
Yeah, but
crazy.
she's got like the same NP gen.
Yeah, but he's actually an art servant.
I don't know. I think Passion is better than BB.
Is she?
I think so. I really think so.
Okay. Sieg's better.
And that brings me to why I thought Sieg is he better than BB?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he's better than Passion Lip.
I don't think he's better than Passion Lip.
I do though.
But I do. Pull up Passion Lip.
I remember what she does.
I'll look at Sieg again, but I don't think it's more impressive than what she was doing.
Hold up. No, that's probably the wrong screen recording.
It's just them. He's definitely better than those two. But passion? But passion love?
Alright, I gotta interrupt you. Go to the general chat. Watch the
Bro.
Watch the clip, my boy.
Making me look at this clip.
It's a notable clip. And it makes you feel freaking Toki being shafted in the game. Now Limbo got his own CG. So.
James, I know that is not what you tried to show me.
Just completely skips everything.
Oh,
Delete that one. Yeah, delete message. Alright. I'm sending it now.
but is it actually you posting it this time, or?
Yeah. Oh, wait, why did it restart? The grass cutting sword. The only time Kentucky ever uses a sword. Maybe that's what they're saving the giant robot for. His saber version. That must be what it is.
Saving it for what?
His saber version.
What you mean is... I was about to say Ryder, but they've already got Ryder, sadly.
Golden huge beta.
Okay. Here. We're looking at passion, though.
No, I've already sent it. You're just gonna ignore it?
You didn't send it. Unless you deleted the other one you sent.
No, it's in the chat right now. I'm looking at it. Is it there, P?
I mean...
Just watch it. Just tell me when you're watching.
It's kinda cool. It's kinda cool. Okay.
Like,
Back.
I wasn't expecting that. I know you didn't watch all of that. There's multiple.
I didn't. I just watched the CGI.
No, there's multiple CGI. The entire 2 minutes is full CGI.
It's not. I'm looking at the text. I've skipped the text. I've skipped the loading screens. I'm just watching it. It wasn't anything insane. It was okay. It was cool.
You watch when the sword comes out of the tree?
It's okay. The coolest scene in FGO.
No, it's definitely gonna be Avalon. Something in Avalon.
Probably Avalon. I'm saying so far. Bro, Lost Ball 7 drops tomorrow, supposedly.
Holy shit.
I don't believe it. Technically, it's the 25th already in Japan. Where's the stream?
Wait, is Christmas tomorrow? Am I retarded?
Yes.
Oh. Shit. I ain't got nobody no gifts. Gift card.
You're off the first.
That's what I was thinking, but apparently my boss kept saying we were coming back on the first.
Well, the first is a Sunday,
That's what I said.
so
But he kept saying the first. And I'm like,
probably
he's
didn't realize.
he might have been retarded. He might have been retarded.
I think I'm gonna come over next week, bro.
Next week.
Yeah, that way we get ready for when Murmasa drops.
Oh. You mean while I'm working still? Oh, no, wait. Next week. Oh, this Christmas week.
On Saturday.
I'm having a stroke, bro, okay. So fucking cold in here, my brain's actually freezing. And I can't get over the fact that there's frost on my heater again.
On the propane tank.
Yes.
So if I come over Saturday, the servant comes out Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or that night, actually.
It's always like 2 a.m. or like 3 a.m.
Yeah, because of the New Year's thing.
Yeah. So that seems fine. Gotta be ready to buy some Saints Quartz.
Wait, let me make sure that we're not going to be at Rivers.
Bruh.
I have to go make sure about that. Alright. Let us continue.
Okay. Passion. I really think Passion's just above Seek. Seek's just not that impressive looking.
Impressive looking, but he's impressive. He's got an arts buff. He's buffing his MP gen. And then he's got a straight MP charge. This man is MPing multiple times before he even gets a chance to die.
I don't know, but I feel like the tanking capability of, her, combined with the damage she can output after tanking, probably better.
But if she gets hit by an MP, it doesn't matter how much she's tanking, she's dying.
Well, I mean, if either of them get hit by an NP.
Yeah, but she's drawing in the attacks. Is it 3 turns that she gets draw?
It's 1 turn target.
1 turn.
So I'm assuming you pop this. Get damage.
What's the third skill look like again? It's a flat attack.
The target is on a 4-turn cooldown.
Wait, it's on a 4-turn cooldown? Alright, you right then. You're right, she better than see.
You. Is Ibaraki better than BB?
No.
I don't think so. I feel like Ibaraki's worse than those two.
Yeah. Baraki and C minus? Behind you,
No.
somewhere down there?
Nah.
Behind Penthesilea.
Ibaraki in D tier?
Not D minus.
No. But D? Top of D? Below Nobunaga?
Like compared to Raiko.
Oh, she's worse than Raiko. least Atlanta has the evasion.
Okay, you can rocket her down there, but not lower than shooting.
Really?
No. Let's do some other people. We might come back to that one.
Okay, so we're done with C?
Yeah, we're done with C.
Okay, let's look at C+.
Now, I know I say this
It's-
every single time, but I think
It feels weird.
balanced.
I don't think Gorgon should be at the top of C+, looking at this. It doesn't look right.
What do you mean?
I'm looking at Gorgon. Off the top of my head, I want to put Estrella above her.
That's fair. But I think Gorgon's right behind her. It's just Gorgon doesn't make her own crit stars.
Is Donzo targetable invincibility and invade?
Yeah, it's that good. I mean, that's like that's like 2/3 of a Merlin. Well, that's like half a Merlin skill, pretty much. Because evasion's less powerful.
I think we can put her above Foreigner.
No,
What do you think?
no. I think Foreigner's hard cut off. She's a way better damage dealer than she is a support.
Do we drop Gawain to the top of C?
No.
He just seems out. What do you think?
Actually, but he would definitely be the top of C because at least he has one hit of guts for one turn. That was fun.
If he got a target on that skill, I could think it'd be really good.
He's doing a lot of damage, but it's like the same as Yang Queen, pretty much, if you count the guts. But dropping anybody else is a no-no.
Yeah, I feel like everyone else.
Oh god.
So you don't think Nobunaga goes above Gorgon?
No.
Gorgon's like the only big damage dealer on this list.
Yeah. And she's got a guts, so she got the survivability.
You think Ilya's better than him?
Yes.
I feel like he's looping way more.
No. I don't.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty positive.
This isn't your love of Ilya getting in the way, is it?
It's not. If I would be advocating her being in B.
Uh-huh. Okay. So did we think she was below Nagao?
Yeah.
Okay. And we thought she was below him.
Yes.
Sus.
I think that's fine.
I feel like Nightingale goes above. The support she's giving is just better than what the Foreigner's doing.
The Foreigner's got everything that she needs.
Debuff wide clear. Latest debuff, and she removes buffs from the enemy.
Oh, what? One buff. She removes one buff.
I mean, most of the time, it's the buff you want to get rid of. Most of the time, but you can get screwed. Targetable guts. NP damage up. And an attack up. So you're two damage ups right there. Just for having her on the team.
Triple. Favorite buffs, actually.
Where's the triple? Is she giving a quick up or something?
No, it's the attack, crit, and MP damage.
Oh, I'm saying for like NPs. Sucks, it's not defensive buffs.
is a 6 hit quick?
Max level.
Yeah, put her above
AoE.
her. Put her above her. But she's definitely not going any lower.
It's funny, you got targetable guts, then targetable evade invincibility.
I think that makes her better than Donzo, actually.
Really?
Yes.
The targetable guts better?
Yes.
Okay.
And doing damage buffs.
Do you think she's better than Nobunaga?
Behind Estrella, the more I look at it. Yeah, that looks perfect.
You think Danzo's still better than her?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty alright. Looks pretty alright. What you think?
Looks perfect.
Okay. B tier. Where are we making cutoffs?
Alright, put Siegfried down there. Now the cutoff.
Well, where's the cutoff? Where's the cutoff? Let me make it easier. Nero? No.
I think the cutoff is Uchi.
Really?
Yes. But I'm probably about to say there's a lot of people that are about to move E+.
Everyone above Chiron? What do you think?
Everybody that is melted above. I'm positive everybody on melted above is going up. Alright.
I think we drop Ushi and Gray.
Agreed.
Okay. Do we think anyone else goes up? Do you think Estrella moves up to B minus?
To be minus. Well, actually.
I think we can move her and Nightingale up
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Go ahead, dude. And then put them ahead.
and make the cutoff at Gorgon.
Yeah. And then move those two ahead of Nero. And then that looks perfect because I don't need to change.
Think Ushi's better than Estrella?
Yes. Survivability.
Okay, okay. That doesn't look bad. We think Siegfried and C plus.
He needs to be a B minus.
Oh.
Invalidating 5-star completely and utterly destroying their life and everything they care for is too good.
I
So
suppose.
many bonus points for doing that.
The rider class because they invalidated Nemo. I swear I think we did.
Huh? No.
Someone invalidated Nemo, right?
We talked about the one thing with the super giant enemies that Fujino did, because apparently Nemo does that too. But I didn't know that.
Okay, I guess, yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. What do you
Yeah, that's perfect.
do you think Nightingale goes above
No.
Estrella?
Tartable Guts is good, but she's really good support. Yeah.
What we think?
But she definitely doesn't go farther than Ushi. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, that seems right.
Alright.
Okay, B. Who's the best in B?
Maybe we move Helena down.
tier? Or you mean like down the tier?
Down. And we move.
What, last tier?
Hold up. Yeah, you're right. I would put Adelante up top.
Really?
That or Berserker John.
Okay.
Schwatha men behind.
Honestly, I just moved these 4 up.
Yeah, just go ahead and do that. And that's
Chiron and Wuzishin above Helena.
put Parvati behind them. That looks good.
You think
They're interchangeable.
these two are better than Helena?
Like one's MP gain and the other's like crit. They're pretty much interchangeable.
Yeah, but which I'd rather have the defense buff clear. But what do you think?
Helena's buffs are pretty strong.
So we just keep Helena above them.
Yeah. 20% for the whole party is just you can't really ignore it.
Do you think Parvati's weaker than Wuzishin?
Yes.
That's so funny because we had Parvati in like EX and Lancer class.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in
That's
your
hilarious.
class, you can be like insane, but compared to some of the people that are just
All the other 4-stars in the game.
yeah, especially some of the new ones have been added. Like,
Yeah.
there's a shit ton that's been added.
Okay. So we're done with B? Do you think any of these move up to B plus, or do you think there's like a cutoff?
Yeah, that's the cutoff right there. Was her. That melt really
Okay.
is a very clear cutoff in my opinion.
What do we think about B plus?
I know we want to say he goes down, but I think the crits they're too big. They're too good. And he doesn't even need quick cards. He just
To the end?
I'd put him at the end. And really, and honestly,
Because in all honesty, like actually, does Hokusai invalidate Lancelot?
no, that we don't really do that between the four
What? The same class, both arts.
No, she's just straight up better than him. But that doesn't mean he's bad. Like
She might move up.
Lancelot's a sustain. That's too good. No, I don't think it's
Who is the best here? Who is the absolute best?
pretty.
I kind of.
Now, if I'm gonna have a say, I would say Miu and everybody above her moves up. Miu and everybody above her goes to A minus.
You think that's the cutoff?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. You might move to Moe behind that lady and then put all of them up.
Okay, so back to B plus. Is Ishtar the best? What do we think of these 5? Who is the best?
Oh, I think that lady right there should move up at the top of B plus.
I don't think Lakshmi moves up.
I do.
I think Lakshmi's fine.
I think she's good enough. The targetable
I think
area,
these
it
three are
just
okay.
gives herself guts anyways, and then her amount of buffs are very plentiful.
She's solid. I just don't think she's on this level.
I do. I think she's right behind me.
The quick up is only for herself. And so is the NP gen. Offensive buffs, bruh. I think she's fine right there. I actually think there's a pretty big gap between her and the three above.
Alright, hold up. I was looking at the phone. What's going on? You thought there was
There's a big gap between those three and her.
You really think it's that big?
I really do. Just looked over it.
I kind of see it with me, but I think she's better than everybody.
Maybe if she did defensive buffs instead of offensive on NP, maybe. Maybe if she gave quick and NP gen for the whole team and not just herself. But she doesn't.
True. Alright, fair.
Okay, so who is the second best?
Melt.
You think Melt's that much better than Ishtar?
Melt's just insane, bro. And then it's Ishtar.
You think Ishtar is better than Gozan?
Yes. Gozan has to use the skill to draw crit stars. Ishtar just does it anyways. And then he's the cutoff right there.
That seems alright.
This actually took a lot less longer than the other time we redid the list.
Because we're way more organized now. It's so much better to look at. Okay. Off the top of my head, bruh. We move Fuchino to A minus. And I think we drop Chio to A minus.
No, that one's a no. I'm gonna have to hard stop you there. You can make an argument for her.
I'll look at Anne again. That buff was impressive.
That's Anne Archer, don't forget. You're looking at the rider.
Yeah.
No, you were talking about the Archer.
Nope, yeah. Pfft. They go to A minus.
Yeah, you make an argument for that.
I was looking if it was the writer.
That's honestly, I think that's good right there, Day.
So who else belongs in A minus, and who else would move up to A plus?
I don't think anybody moves up to A plus.
We'll probably get. We'll talk about it when we get there. Okay, now for A minus.
Yeah. That one's fine. She's not going
I feel like DR Mood's the best.
Ooh, They put Anne. I just put her in front of Fuji now. That's pretty much where it was last time.
What do we think about this?
That's fine. Perfect.
A. I want to move Hokusai up.
Hard survivability. It's crit increases crit.
What do you think about this? What do you think?
Maybe put Gil at the bottom.
Fix your mic. It's doing the thing.
Did it fix it? Did it fix it?
It's still doing it.
What's it doing? I don't know why it does that. Is it fixed?
No. It's like making like the tapping static sound.
How about now?
Talk.
Ching chong?
It's still doing it.
Um,
What's it doing?
I have no idea why it does that. How about now? Is it working good?
I think so.
Think so. We gotta make sure it's for the recording.
It sounds... I don't hear the static anymore.
Okay, that's all that matters, really. Alright, where are we at? We're at...
Uh-oh. I think it started again.
Did it?
It like did it for a second, and then it went back.
My leg is on fire. Ooh, my leg is on fire.
Hee-hee-ha, hee-hee-ha.
Alright, let's get this show on the road. I'm dying over here. I want to get the 4 stars done. I want to get them out of the way. I want to die. Die, 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 die.
I am so happy how much progress we made. Okay.
We're so close. Let's do it.
Now back to A. Do we think Nizza's the best? Or do you think there's an argument for, like, Hokusai?
No. This is just straight better. Just straight better.
And then her... Is she better than Beowulf?
No.
Is she worse than Gil?
No.
Is Gil better than Diarmuid?
Yes, he's better.
Okay. I guess that works. I want to... No, plus.
I think we really need to touch those. Like,
Okay.
We might change where Edison is, but he's like the only support in that tier also, so it's kind of like wherever.
How about, we'll change it later, but how about for right now, we put these 3 at the top of A+.
No,
That way we have a good understanding of the best of the best.
no, them being the best of the best isn't the X, but it's just that good.
I feel like if we stick them in A+, and then judge at the end, we'll have a better understanding. Like we just do this, we just put them like that.
I mean,
And then at the very end.
because we know they're gonna go there anyways.
Well, then we'll do it. We'll do it.
If you want to, I mean, whatever. Go ahead.
Now, did you want to talk about the order of any of these at all?
We did those like right before we started doing this.
You didn't want to move
No,
her up any?
no, they're perfect. They're literally perfect where they are.
I kind of want to move her above Emiya. What do you think?
No,
No?
she's not busting into the EX. Not with her there.
I mean...
No, her.
Okay,
her
what do we think?
destroys her. Alright,
This is nice. This makes me feel good.
yes, my brain clear.
Oh, look, we only got like... Actually, 2 more. We were 2 off, bro.
I told you this. But it's
Okay. Are you looking at him on your... Or are you still looking at mine? Or do you need to copy it on yours, probably?
I'm not copying mine. It's too late.
Bruh.
We're just gonna go off yours now.
Okay. But you still have to read off on your screen, bro.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
We can just do it together. Or you can do it. You want to narrate for a minute?
No.
Go ahead. Narrate for a minute. It's fine.
No.
Try it.
I'm good.
Get into character.
I'm good.
You've ended the stream.
I'm good.
I'm gonna kill you. Why have you ended the stream, please?
You didn't say you were watching.
It shows you if people are watching.
It must have been a genjutsu.
Obviously.
Am I quirky now? Am I funny? Okay. So then, go ahead and read off from your screen, white boy, while I look at the servant.
Arts Buster, 20%, 3 turns, 20 crit stars. Evasion for 1 turn. The other part doesn't matter. Attack 3 attacks for 3 turns, 30%, 100% crit damage. Holy shit. He's already getting massive points right here. Single target, 7 hit, Arts MP. Activating first, 20% Arts resist down. Alright, this dude's insane.
He's alright.
He's pretty insane. He's got a survival skill, and he's tripled.
Does have a survival.
Tripled
He's not
on damage.
drawing the crit stars.
True, but he's dropping 20.
And he's not a rider class, so...
Still dropping 20 stars though.
Let's see. So having survival automatically makes him in C tier.
I'm directly comparing them to Yagyu right now. Where's Yagyu at? C plus. I think that's a good starting point. A C plus, because I directly.
I don't think he's better than C. I don't think he's better than Yagyu.
You don't think he's better than Yagyu? He's got an evade. And honestly, I think his skills are better.
Yagyu's looping way more than this dude.
Are you sure?
But probably the damage potential of this dude. His burst potential is way higher.
I think this dude replaced the Yagyu looping memes though. Like, Yagyu's
I mean, that's...
MP is only 4 hit from my understanding.
Yagyu can at least draw in the crits.
He can. This dude's dropping 20 stars though. That's a lot. That's like...
It's okay. It's not even half of what you really need.
It's
but
like 2/5 of your cap though. If you're already in the middle of the fight, that's a lot of stars. Now he's a 7 hit MP. Yagyu's is 4, from my understanding. Go up, look at his MP gain. 2 hit arch, 4 hit quick, 0.76 MP. You're alright, that's not too impressive. Alright, what's that costume, right? Why does he look like he's from Chainsaw Man? And Dante. And Devil May Cry.
Thinking. He's better than them, better than BB, better than Siegfried.
Comparable to Gawain.
Better.
I think he's better than Kentucky.
Ying?
Like, Ying might be a cutoff. That's a pretty good lineup right there. Buster, quick arts. Oh, does he surpass it? Yes, he's got hard survivability.
And I think he's better than Gawain.
I think the hard survivability puts him in C plus behind Nagatoro.
Really?
Yes. That's
You think he's better than you?
yes. That's how good having survivability is. And this kit's really nice.
Like, he comes in, hits hard, and he can survive.
Yes. Like, if his crit damage was like 50%, I'd be like, you probably put it behind you, but it's 100. It's like, that's really nice.
Yeah. So you want to put him below her?
Yeah.
Okay. The last one. It's the last one.
It's pretty nice ascensions.
Pretty trash ascensions.
Die! Alright. 3 hit arts, 6.6. Alright, this is where he's
Wait.
kind of unique.
Okay.
Alright. Buster
Arjuna?
Absorption. Buster card absorption. 3 turns. 3 turns. Increases critical damage 3 times for 3 turns by 50%. Evasion. Absorbs crit stars to arts card. NP gen 50%.
1 turn. What?
You don't want it to affect his buster cards too much.
What a shaft.
I mean, hell, you get that arts card with that 50% MP gen, and you get crits, you pretty much just got your MP. Alright, Buster performance, 40% for 3 turns. Ignore evasion, 3 turns. And I'm not even going to mention that last part.
Let's see.
Ooh, he's got the anti-berserker. Rare.
Oni and demonic?
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
He's double demonic.
Bet this guy is like the best unit in Hio and Co, huh?
No, TR exists.
Who?
The Avenger Uchi.
Oh, well, she's not in the game.
And I think Ibuki's better than him. She's a saber direct comparison.
Okay. This dude's pretty stacked.
Yes.
Like,
And
pretty stacked.
I do want to mention, all Oni are counted as demonic. There's no Oni that isn't also demonic. So, his MP is double dipping on that damage. If you're fighting an Oni. But, he can also just fight demonic. That's good.
5 abilities, so he automatically goes up here. Goes up here. I think he's better than that dude.
Way better than that dude.
You. Enough to be in B minus?
Yes. I'm looking at behind a Schwabeth. Well, I think he's better than those two.
Better than Parvati?
Better than the 3 up top right there. Let's see. Does he? Is he
I think better than her.
better than her? Better than her?
Yeah. Better than Canis. Better than Valkyrie. Better than him.
I think he's B plus. Behind Melt.
You think he's better than these two?
Yes.
I could see her. Atalante?
Yes. Double dipping on that damage. The Buster buff is, was it 45% for 3 turns? You still got it pulled up, don't you? No, it's 40%. That's still a lot better than some of the other ones. Ignore invasion.
His cooldowns aren't terrible either, except on this one. This one's horrible.
That's because it's sub-agent skill. What was his passives? Did he have any notable passives? No. It's just that double dipping on the Oni and demonic. It's just too good.
True, but it's only 20, bruh.
Yeah, but that applies to all his cards too afterwards.
And why didn't they just say like 50 flat and then have the 200 be the overcharge in the workup?
I don't know.
That's a lot more limited.
I mean, I think it's interchangeable because they would have just changed the numbers to match anyways. Better than that.
Is he really better than Lancelot?
He is. Survival. Survival. So good. Drawing in the crits. Now you might be able to cut him off at tomorrow. What do you think?
I think he's better. I don't know if I could say he's better than Ishtar, though.
Are you sure? Be positive. I don't know. See, it's funny. I only notice when I'm out of propane. When I start feeling cool.
Yeah. Yeah, he's worse than Ishtar.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Now,
Are we
you see the
are we
glorious last list.
Ah, we're almost there.
And now we're to our most recent 4-star. Karna.
So we say he's fine there.
Yes.
That's where we settled, right below Ishtar.
Yes. Karna.
Okay. Gotta look at Karn. How many are there? There shouldn't be that much.
Will wrong, little one. Now, I heard Eris Avenger is pretty retarded. Is that the cutoff? No, I think it was a 4-star.
Karna. This is literally where we're at right now. Kind of funny. That ascension, though.
Alright, 4-hit quick. That's notable.
Saber with double quick, double buster. DR mood.
Alright, 30%. Oh, I didn't know it was times. I thought it was just 3 turns.
3 times, 3 turns.
It's not bad. Alright. 3 times for 3 turns. 30% quick and buster. I think I said 30 or 3 times. 3 turns.
50%.
Alright. Grants evasion for 2 attacks for 2 turns. Increases critical star absorption for 1 turn. Increases critical damage of quick cards for 1 turn by 100%. Charge an ally's MP gauge by 20% and debuff immunity 3 times for 3 turns. Does he have
On a 5-turn cooldown.
Hard Punch
Hard.
EX increases critical damage of buster cards by 12%. Automatic MP5. Remove any guts that the enemy has active first. And before attacking, get 20% quick. This MP is already upgraded to maximum of MP level 5.
It's really nice, bruh.
Super nice.
How nice are we thinking? I think, we gotta find him first.
My direct comparison would either be Diamond or the Kuchiko Kasai.
Okay. He's above her easily.
Yes.
Her.
Just let you get to this.
Valkyrie?
Mm-hmm.
Above him. They seem kind of similar.
No.
I think above him. Above you. Above you.
Way above.
B plus.
Yes.
You.
No, that might be where he might have to stop.
Ishtar's got the invincibility and the dodge. That's just.
Really strong. I think that might be the perfect stopping point for him. Right above Suna.
As I'm looking at this, bro, I think she's too high.
I don't.
I think these two are better than her.
I mean, she's a support, so I mean, you can put her there if you want to, but in my eyes, it's just like they're pretty much interchangeable.
But then I look at him and I think he's better than her.
No. She's a better support.
Really? He's giving.
She's got the
I mean, his
guts,
thirds.
and she's got the targetable invul with the damage cut afterwards, and then her first skill is like overall boosting everybody's damage. And if she, for some reason, is targeting herself, she's a really good soloer.
This dude's pretty cracked, though, James. I mean,
Oh yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting about the welfares, like judging them differently. Yeah, he's better.
and you want to make the cutoff there. Do you think this guy is better than Lakshmi?
No.
Okay. That works. 3 welfares back to back. Oh boy, this year's gonna be fun. Where you at, James? Come on.
Alright. Shit. I've run out of propane, bro. Oh, no.
Where are your propane accessories, Jamal?
This is not good. Is the tank just too frozen, or am I actually out?
Good night, my sweet children.
Nah, bro.
You're dying?
Yeah, I'm about to. You know, I'm probably about to die. I'm gonna go ahead and just fucking say it. I've been screaming at my TV for the last half hour, watching this stupid Netflix show. It's called Alone. It's a fucking, what are they called? Reality TV show of surviving. This guy's hunting a fucking mountain lion, which is kind of cool.
Is he dead? That sounds like he's gonna die.
Oh, I think he's about to die. I mean, it's kind of cool though. For the fact that you spotted a mountain lion, because most of the time they spotted you and they're watching you, but he spotted it first. Anyways, I'm finna bounce,
Sleep
lords.
well,
Night.
Oh no. I'm gonna have to get the shirt, Earth.
Die. You're not doing it twice.
No.
No.
I don't have an option, bro. I am not gonna sit here and get frostbite. Now I'll stay as long as I can, but let's just get on our way. We'll have to be faster. All right, Kichioken. I'm gonna let you know that I spent $12 just for these hours that we spent out here with that propane. All right.
What, you went out to the store? Is that where you dipped?
Yeah, I bought $12 worth of propane tanks. They're gone.
That doesn't sound like a lot, bro.
They're just the little mini propane tanks that you put in the portable heaters. Not those giant propane tanks. Oh god, that would be way more than $12.
What happened to that, like, industrial heater you have? That thing's, like, killer.
It's not working. It's not good enough. It's right.
What?
It's directly next to my feet.
That thing was pretty warm when I came over,
I
bro.
have it on the highest setting. It's not. It's keeping my feet warm, but my fingers. I can't feel them. All right, enough offing. 30% quick for 3 turns. 2 hit evasion for 3 turns. Charge an an ally's MP gauge by 20%. Absorbed stars 1 turn. Increase party's attack for 3 turns by 20%, and their MP gem by 20% for 3 turns. Alright. Automatically MP5, 7 hit quick, removes defensive buffs, and before attacking gives 10% quick. Alright. I'm immediately thinking of comparing her to Ushi.
I think she goes here.
Where's Ushi at?
Here.
Okay, you got her above her now.
Because I think she's better than Utsumi.
Yeah, that's fair.
So how far are we taking this?
I think she's just better than Utsumi. I don't know if she's getting past her.
You think she's worse than Canis?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Ignores defense buffs.
Well, she is MP5. I keep doing that.
With a 2-hit evade?
If she had had 1 more damage debuff, or just one of them had been higher. Maybe.
You don't think she goes above Canis?
No.
I suppose.
Mysterious Idol X. I've been wanting to look at her for a while. Because
She's a foreigner?
Yes. She's the only welfare foreigner.
Hmm.
I don't think they'll get a bonus point, but you know. Alright. For 3 times, for 3 turns, 30% Buster and Quick, and Evasion for 1 tack for 3 turns. Wait, what was the cooldown on that first skill? 5. Okay. This one has a 4-turn cooldown. Increases critical damage by 100% for 1 turn. Increases damage against mechanical for 3 turns by 50%. Let's take a look at that list. Alright.
Aphrodite. BB Summer.
This list is looking pretty small. But these are a lot of mobs.
Poseidon cores. I'm just looking at the big stuff. Zeus.
Okay.
Yes, kind of trash.
That's a fair amount of new enemies in the Lost Belts, where you would care about building your teams. Alright. King Singing. The 3rd skill. Increases party's attack by 20% for 3 turns. Recover party's HP by 2,000. Of course, she has existence outside the domain.
Why does she have Madness Enhancement?
Who knows? Is her MP Buster or Quick, though? That's the main thing. It's Quick. Okay, so she's a quick servant, basically. Enemies with evil alignment. Ooh, and we already know how low that list is. But she's MP5, so 4 hits. Is this AoE? Or is it a single target? I get that.
It's AoE.
It's AoE.
It's AoE.
Damage to all enemies. And
I know we don't bring it up, but Foreigner, Berserker.
all the foreigners have the Berserker thing.
Dang.
Yep. I said that.
Really?
Then I noticed it, and I was like, oh. Yeah. I don't think there's any foreigners that don't have the bonus damage against that. Except for, Saber foreigner.
Voyager? Oh.
I think that one, I think she gets bonus against Sabers. Again.
I think it's pretty obvious this welfare is not nearly as good as the other 2.
The other 2, what now?
The other 2 welfares we just looked at.
True. She does got a hard survival, at least 1 attack. So we already know where she goes because of that.
How far do we want to take her?
Just triple dipping on damage mods. The evil alignment. Well, she gets a bonus against mechanical and evil alignment. I think that ups her damage potential a little bit. Let's see. I think she's above Gawain. Does she get out of that tier, though?
Why is this only 1 turn, bro? She's not even drawing in the crit stars! That's probably the cutoff. Because isn't she quick AoE too?
No, she's single target.
I mean, I'd still run her over that. Pretty disappointing.
I don't want to, because we really haven't done it before, but it is noticeable. She's the only free foreigner.
We tried to do that with BB, but I mean, it's not.
Well, personally, I think we would be lower if she wasn't with cancer, but
Nah, she's fine there.
she's fine.
She's fine. She might move up. Maybe.
Yeah, understand.
Maybe she goes below her, but.
Oh god, sorry. It's
Tough.
cold. My feet, I can't feel them. I can't believe just the propane heater going off is enough to screw me over like this. How many we got left? Scroll down.
Why don't you just go in and get on your phone and do Discord on your phone?
Because I can't record it.
I mean, at this point, I think it's more fun just to do it than to record the whole thing.
Fair.
We can just have the finalized thing uploaded.
It is. Plus, I can't talk in the house as much as I do right now. You gonna scroll down just so I can see how many we got left? Wait, you don't have it like mine. Let me see. I know what we've done so far.
I think we got like 20-ish more.
You're right, we do. Oh no. Oh, we're getting to some of the cracked ones too.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're on Bargist right now.
Just keep going. I'll tell you when I can't go any farther, right?
Don't you have like heating pads or something you can stick in socks or something? Gloves?
No. I have a heated blanket, but I'm not taking it off the bed.
Why not just wrap up in it?
No, because I'm not.
Why not just get on your phone and move to the bed?
Could.
Well, then just do it.
Oh Lord, I could. I could do that. Shit, to be honest with you, I think my headset with the wire would reach all the way over to my bed.
Then try it. Just do it.
Also, you know this, you know I bought like those $100 headsets pretty much, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you know which ones I'm talking about. The cat ear ones and the red ones.
Yes.
I bought this headset for $5. A pair of Turtle Beaches that I found at a trade day, which is basically like a yard sale, are just so much better. I didn't know they had so many features on the little thing right here. It's crazy. These are so good. Yeah, they're not reaching my bed, unfortunately. It reaches to my bed, but not enough for me to lay down. Unfortunate. Alright. I'll do it for the video. We're going to cut off here, guys, and we're just going to finish the tier list on our own later.
You just upload the tier list.
Yeah, I'll come over here and stream the end of it. I'll like put it on the 5-star at the end, at the beginning. I'll just be like, this is what we did for the 4 stars. Alright.